On January the 27th, 2020, law enforcement received a 911 call reporting a missing child. The caller identified herself as Letecia Stauch, initiating what would become a series of deceitful narratives and sensational tales, all designed to throw off detectives. Authorities eventually apprehended and arrested her in South Carolina. Despite never providing a direct confession, she came closest by asserting a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Her purported insanity was attributed to dissociative identity disorder, or DID, with her claiming that one of her alternate personalities, or alters as they are called within the DID community, was responsible for the crime in order to do what it was created to do in the first place, to protect. This is the story of Letecia Stauch, or LS, as I will refer to her from now on, and how she tried to dupe authorities into believing she was insane by faking DID.
Hey guys, today I'm about to put some Sonic Mania.
Gannon Stauch was born on September the 29th, 2008, 4 months premature, and received prolonged medical care. When Gannon was first born, he weighed 1 pound and 6 ounces and had a collapsed lung. He had stomach issues and required a feeding tube. He also had ADHD, but he overcame everything. He was held back 1 grade to allow him to catch up, but you couldn't tell the difference between him and other 5th graders. Gannon was popular and excelled academically. He cherished Nintendo, in particular Sonic. His favorite color was blue, and so during the search for him, his neighbors lit their porches with blue lights so that he could find his way home. Gannon wanted to be a YouTube gamer, and his channel is still up with the 1 video he uploaded before his life was brutally and cruelly cut short. Landon Bullard Hyatt, 34, is a health and PE teacher. She graduated from Green C. Floyd's High School in South Carolina and studied at Coastal Carolina University and Coker College. She and her husband, Mike, have 2 young daughters and live in South Carolina. Gannon was in 5th grade at Grand Mountain School in El Paso County in the Widefield School District when he was brutally murdered. Al Stauch is an operations officer at the 100th Missile Defense Brigade. He studied psychology at Liberty University, graduating in 2010, and space studies at American Military University. LS was born Letecia Hardin on August 4th, 1983. She was previously married to Chance Hunt, and they separated in 2008. Later, we are to find out that he died, and LS had lied to their daughter, Harley Hunt, about how he died. LS was employed at Horry County School District, South Carolina, which is where she lived at the time. She first met Albert Stauch in 2013 at softball games that they both attended. At this point, Al had shared custody of his children, Gannon and Lena, with their mother, Landon. Around 2014, Al, Harley, and LS moved to Charleston, South Carolina. Gannon and Lena visited when they were not with their mother, Landon, who at this point was separated from Al. According to LS's now deleted Facebook page, where she goes by the name T. Stauch, she worked as a curriculum developer at School District 49 in the Pikes Peak region of Colorado. But the school district said she never actually worked there, despite her listing it on Facebook and her LinkedIn profile. Whatever she's posted is not correct, a school district spokesman said. LS got her license to teach elementary school, special education and secondary social studies in Colorado in March 2019. She previously worked as an education specialist, teacher and at-risk youth coordinator in South Carolina. She completed her doctorate at Liberty University in 2019 in education, according to her LinkedIn profile. She also worked for the South Carolina State Department of Social Services as a human services specialist from 2008 to 2010 in Myrtle Beach, according to her LinkedIn profile. She previously earned her master's degree in curriculum and instruction from Capella University, she said on LinkedIn, after graduating with a political science degree from the University of North Carolina, Pembroke. In 2015, LS lost her job at a school in South Carolina, and her educator certificate was suspended in that state, according to documents from her 2016 appeal of that suspension before the South Carolina State Board of Education. Her certificate was suspended for 180 days after the appeal. LS was accused of breach of contract for abandoning her job as a social studies teacher at Palmetto Middle School in Mullins, South Carolina, in the Marion County School District, where she was employed for the 2015 and 2016 school year. LS signed her annual contract with the school district in June 2015 without informing the school district she had also signed a contract to teach in Charleston. The school district said LS went to in-service professional development in August 2015 and the first 2 days of school and then did not show up again. She also didn't provide a letter of resignation or tell the school she would not be coming into work. The school district said she later did email Human Resources. According to the documents in that email, LS indicated that she left the district because she experienced harassment and retaliation after requesting to be released from her contract due to a pending military move, which he claims had been denied. She also alleged that the district superintendent's niece was her husband's ex-wife, and that the harassment and retaliation were due to this relationship. She threatened to file an Equal Employment Opportunity Commission claim unless she was released from her contract. The harassment and retaliation claim was investigated and remains unsubstantiated. The district said they did not receive military transfer papers from LS's husband until after she had been fired for abandoning her position. The school district reported LS to the State Board of Education, which found that a suspension of her educator's certificate was warranted. Prior to teaching in Marion County, LS worked in the Myrtle Beach area. According to the Horry County School, she worked there from 2010 to 2015, first as a paraprofessional and then as a teacher. A source said that LS was fired from her 3 most recent teaching jobs after the Horry County job. The first firing is documented in the South Carolina Board of Education documents. Minutes from a 2018 Brunswick County Schools meeting in North Carolina shows she was terminated from her job as an early childhood teacher there on August the 30th, 2018. She had been working at Jessie May Monroe Elementary School. And a source said that LS was fired from her job in Colorado in December 2019 after just 1 semester of employment. She had worked at French Elementary School in Colorado Springs before she was fired after a few months. In January 2020, LS posted on a LinkedIn ad for Frontier Airlines saying that she had applied for flight attendant jobs based out of Denver and Miami. That post was made about 3 weeks before Gannon went missing. Court records show that LS was previously arrested for an alleged string of crimes in 4 states under 3 different names. Criminal records show that she was even sentenced to prison after 1 arrest and has been convicted of charges including battery, grand theft auto, making threats, and domestic violence, according to the documents. This last charge of murder caps off a lengthy arrest record for LS that goes back 2 decades. It was soon after she graduated high school in 2001 that she was arrested for stealing a car in North Carolina. It was reported at the time that she was found guilty of felony larceny, which was reduced to misdemeanor unauthorized use of a vehicle. For that offense, LS was sentenced to 45 days in jail, but given credit for time served. She was also put on probation for 18 months and ordered to pay just over $1,000. That same year, she was also charged with communicating threats and simple assault. But those counts seem to have been dropped as part of her deal with prosecutors in the felony larceny case, court documents show. It was also traffic offences that got LS picked up in Virginia a few years later, but she was able to get off after paying a fine for these minor offences, according to court records. Her Instagram is under the name Dr. Stauch. In January 2015, Al and LS marry. LS resigned from her teaching position with Horry County on June 29, 2015, and the family moved back to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where they owned a home. On June 9, 2016, Al took a new job assignment in Alaska, which LS was very unhappy about. She said there was nothing to do there and it was cold. In March 2017, Al petitions for modified custody of Gannon and Lena so that he has more custody of them, and this is granted in March 2018. Meanwhile, in Alaska, LS is a very discontented bunny. She told Harley one time that they are going to have a last dinner together because she has, quote, already taken them, unquote, assumed to be pills. The next day, LS was still alive, and the two of them never spoke of this incident again. The family moved to a rental home in Colorado Springs after filing a complaint alleging that Al's fellow soldiers had sexually harassed her. The situation was handled by reassigning Al to Colorado. In May 2019, Al had an accident while woodworking in his garage and cuts off the tip of a finger, for which he receives a prescription for hydrocodone. This medication was never finished by Al, but remained in his nightstand. This is significant because hydrocodone was found in Gannon's system during his autopsy. In the fall of 2019, LS becomes paranoid about an alleged car accident that she was in involving a hit and run. Police say it wasn't her. This is strange because this is how her father died, and it is also the excuse she gives to not going into work the day of Gannon's disappearance. LS also claims that there had been a burglary at her home, but later admitted to making this up. LS is employed around this time with the French elementary school, and she was struggling with her job. She was also supposedly seeing a doctor for mental health issues. Al went to one appointment with her. The family acquired 2 bulldog puppies called Sadie and Chance. They celebrated an early Christmas in 2019 as Gannon and Lena spent the holidays with their mother, Landon. LS, having introduced herself as Harley on Facebook, meets neighbor Nicole Mobley to give her free clothes. She began training to be a flight attendant and took a trip just after Christmas for this purpose. LS will later state that she didn't make it to training because she couldn't find anyone to watch the kids, as Al worked nights. So she rescheduled the training for February 2020. Lena and Gannon returned from their mother's home in early January 2020, and Al and LS went on a trip alone to Florida for their anniversary. LS hired a babysitter for all of the kids. On January 16th, Lesley Hicks, assistant principal of Mountain Ridge Middle School, reached out to LS regarding her interest in a resource teacher position for kids in special education, and LS began her trial period later that month. Mid-January 2020, Al's mother comes to stay with the family for about a week. Al then drove his mother to the airport on the 25th of January after dinner and slept at the airport overnight for his flight the next morning, as he had 2 weeks training in Oklahoma with the National Guard. It was on this day, January the 26th, at 6627 Mandan Drive, that LS began her many Google searches. LS, Gannon, and Lena go for a nature hike to the Garden of the Gods, but this is interrupted, according to LS, because Gannon had stomach issues and was, quote, pooping in his pants, unquote, which carried into most of the night and early next morning. Gannon texts with Al about his stomach issues and asks him if they have bath salts, and Al understands that he is talking about the drug version of bath salts. Detectives now believe this was LS texting through Gannon's phone. Al then texts LS to hide their bath items. Al tells Gannon he cannot go over to play at the house of the friend who invited him over on the condition he bring bath salts. Was LS already trying to establish an alibi here? Sometime in the late evening, a candle incident occurs. LS claims that Gannon knocked over a candle and burned the carpet. She recorded the aftermath on her mobile, which is now in evidence.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose?
I did it.
Okay, we promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it, okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa, we can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house, okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my friend.
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow...
In one story, LS claims that Gannon had lit a candle to hide the smell of poop in his room. In another account, he was playing his Switch late when he should have been sleeping, and he had lit a candle, but he accidentally knocked it over when he heard LS coming towards his room. Neither of these stories make sense. He wouldn't need the light of a candle if he was playing his Switch. This is Harley's account during her testimony at the trial. At almost 10 in the evening, Harley is at the end of her shift at work when she gets a text from LS telling her that Gannon had knocked a candle over and that there was a lot of smoke and a lot of fire. LS stomped on the bed covers to put it out. Harley said the texts were confusing. LS sent her a photo of the candle. According to LS, Lena grabbed the two dogs and they ran outside. Harley returned from work at around 10:30. LS told her she had called her fireman friend to come over and check that everything was okay. LS then told Harley that Gannon was screaming in the road about how much he hated his life, which to Harley didn't sound like him. Harley then went to check on Gannon. LS suggested they both go downstairs to wish Gannon good night, an uncommon practice for them. LS claimed Gannon was acting strangely. However, discrepancies in LS's narrative surfaced as Gannon supposedly slept in Lena's room, contrary to what Harley knew. Harley couldn't remember if Gannon responded when she went to check on him. The story has a few variations, and nobody really knows exactly what happened that night. During the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon, LS provided several different stories and explanations. Her shifting stories, inconsistencies, and lack of credible evidence led law enforcement to be highly skeptical of her explanations. Ultimately, her conduct raised suspicions and contributed to her arrest and subsequent legal proceedings. I tried to keep up with the stories during the trial, but half the time I couldn't understand what she was saying in the interviews and many phone call recordings, as she tended to say a whole lot of nothing, and I found it difficult to keep up with her. But here is a detailed account of the days from Gannon's disappearance to LS being arrested based on police records. I watched the whole trial again to better piece everything together, but at double speed, and LS sounds awful at that speed. I break down these stories a little later in the video just to provide some sort of clarification. At 2:45 a.m, LS texted Al about Gannon not feeling well, and then texted her employer, the assistant principal, at 4:37 a.m, telling her that she won't be into work today as her stepdad had been killed in a car accident. Her stepdad did indeed die from a hit and run, but years ago. LS called Gannon's school to say that he will not be coming in. At 8:00 a.m, Harley left for work. At 8:18 a.m, LS texts Al a picture of Gannon sleeping. Was this photo intended as proof of life? The bedding on this photo was one of the red flags early on in the investigation because detectives never found this bedding in the house. At 9:27 a.m., she sends Harley screenshots of her texts with Al regarding Gannon's request for bath salts, so she's really driving home this alibi. Perhaps an attempt to cover up the fact that she was already poisoning Gannon with drugs. She then locks her phone at 9:56 a.m. and leaves it at home. LS and Gannon leave the house at 10:12 a.m. In Al's red Nissan Frontier. A neighbour's surveillance video captures both of them leaving the residence, getting into the car and driving off. LS told detectives that she first went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a coffee. A text is then sent at 10:37 a.m. to Harley from Gannon's phone saying, quote, "Tisha left phone at home. If you need her, text me," unquote. LS initially claimed to have left her phone at Petco in a phone call with Al, but later changed the story to leaving Gannon's phone there. LS travels north to Petco on North Nevada Avenue. Petco store surveillance captures LS completing a purchase. No sign of Gannon. It is presumed that he was left in the car. LS wanted to buy some sanitary pads for her 2 dogs because, quote, she didn't know that dogs have periods, unquote. At 1:20 p.m., a text from Gannon's phone is sent to Harley saying that he misses her. At 1:21 p.m., Gannon's phone responds to the text from Al. "Can I play Zelda, at least?" Al replies, "Not today." It is at this point that detectives believe she drove up to Douglas County to scope out the area. She claimed later in a phone call with Al that she had left Gannon's phone at Petco, and law enforcement believed this was intentional so that there would be no trace of her traveling up to Douglas County. She later would explain that it was her intention all along to drive up to Douglas County to view a bike that she had found on Craigslist. In another version of this story, Gannon wanted to see a castle up there. You will also hear later how she slips up here in a phone call with Al, where she talks about it all being dark and mountainy, but then very quickly corrects herself. Well, not dark because it was in the day. She later returns here when it is dark. She then returns at 1:22 p.m. and makes another purchase at Petco on North Nevada Avenue, and most likely retrieved Gannon's phone. LS ends up buying 3 dog outfits, even though they only have 2 dogs, and she never got the sanitary pads. Gannon's phone searches, "Can my parent find my cell phone if it's off?" at 2:19 p.m. Detectives believe LS wrote this. At 2:19, the vehicle returns home, and according to law enforcement, what appears to be Gannon makes a beeline for the garage, followed by LS. Some people say they see movement of a shadow on the other side of the vehicle, but others swear he never got out of that truck. We know that Gannon did return to the house because of the crime scene in his bedroom. At 2:26 p.m., LS came out and moved the Tiguan from the driveway and backed it into the garage. She is then seen on surveillance video walking out in front of the garage and seemingly looking around before returning to the house. LS unlocks her phone at 2:45 p.m. In a concerning move, LS also blocked the Wi-Fi to Gannon's Nintendo Switch and Alexa. Detectives believe LS brutally murdered Gannon during this time. It wasn't enough that Gannon had already been burned by the candle incident, or even that he was lethargic from having hydrocodone in his system. That wasn't enough for her. She took a sharp object that was never found and stabbed him 18 times. But the butcher's block in the kitchen was missing a knife. That wasn't enough either. She then got another blunt object, which also wasn't found, and hit him in the head 4 times, smashing his skull like an eggshell. Still wasn't enough. She then retrieved a 9mm handgun and fired it at Gannon 3 times. 2 bullets struck the pillow near him and were caught in the fibers of that pillow, which would be found later. The 3rd bullet entered his jaw, travelled through his head, fracturing his mandible and his vertebrae, hitting his spinal cord and finally lodging in the back of his head, and was recovered at autopsy. Her clothing from that day was never found. The instrument that she used to stab Gannon has never been found. The blunt object was never found, although LS did make references to a baseball bat. The handgun that she used to fire 3 rounds at Gannon, shell casing ejected out of that firearm each time she pulled the trigger, was never found. No shell casing was ever found in Gannon's room. She then drags his lifeless body to the storage room next to his bedroom, opens a large green suitcase that Gannon's mother, Landon, had got from her aunt, somehow manages to squeeze Gannon's body in there, along with the covers off the bed, which she uses to wrap him up in, and the pillows. She then picks up the shell casings, does something with the knife and the blunt force object, because none of those items were ever found, and leaves the suitcase under a pile of boxes in the storage room. At 3:11 p.m, Al texts her, "Are you sleeping?" with no response from the defendant. Around this time, Lena returns home from school, and again there are different stories here. LS tells her that Gannon is asleep in her bed and instructs Lena to go outside and play. Detectives believe LS was cleaning up blood during this time. Lena can be seen on surveillance video outside riding her bike between 3:30 and 3:42 p.m. At 3:55 p.m, Al sends a message to Gannon's phone, "Hey buddy," that went unread until 7:40 p.m. that evening. Detectives believe Gannon was already deceased and that LS was using the phone herself. Harley arrives home after work at 4:42 p.m, and LS asks her to take Lena to pick up some cleaning supplies from the store. A receipt showing the purchase of trash bags, baking soda and vinegar is in evidence. Detectives found it later in LS's car, the Tiguan. At 6:27 p.m, LS texts Al to tell him that Gannon went to a friend's house, was supposed to be home at 6, but he's not home yet. At 6:55 p.m, El Paso County Sheriff's Office receives a call for a runaway child in the Lawson Ranch neighborhood. The caller is LS. She claims that she last saw Gannon at 3:15 when he left the residence to go play with friends. She's instructed to call a non-emergency number. In this call, she is not able to name any of Gannon's friends or their parents, and is also unable to recall where any of those friends live.
Well, 6627 Mandan Drive, Colorado Springs. Please say that one more time, make sure I have this here correctly. 667 Mandan Drive. Okay, the phone number is calling. 843 7460. Is your name? Lisa. I don't even know if I'm supposed to call emergency or non-emergency. Sorry, I can barely talk, but my son was getting all at 6 o'clock and he was 7. So, like, all his friends' house, he said he was going to be at his friend's house, and they said he wasn't there, and the other said he never came there. So I don't know any other people calling out, and I talked to my husband, so I told him I had to call you guys as fast as I could because I don't know anyone else here. And I don't know if there's like a time limit, but like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yes. Okay. Okay. And then, start for me. Okay. Mohr. Stauch. Stauch. Okay. That's a big drive. I gotta apologize. I can barely drive. I have it. I'm going to give you, we have multiple questions we have to ask you. We don't want to tie up an emergency device. We're going to give you our non-emergency. That's fine. That's not, you know which number to call and say that. Yeah, okay. You know when you're ready for that number. Okay, go ahead. One time. You need 49 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. I call that now. Yep. I already have the call, Bill. Yeah. So, basketball. Where we left off. I think
Because Gannon is 11, he's classified as a runaway and entered into the state and national database as an active runaway. When the police arrived after the first 911 call, they actually did look around the house while Gannon's body was most likely in the suitcase, already in the storeroom next to his bedroom under some boxes. This will also alert detectives later when they compare images of the cam with images of the crime scene later. They noticed that some boxes had been moved since both photos were taken.
We were just like,
Did he take his bike?
no.
Okay, because somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, but I didn't know if he brought it.
Well, he did, unless he took it sooner and brought it back because Lena ends up getting the bike
Okay.
and rides the bike because hers had broke. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically,
Right.
but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at one
they were
point.
here.
Okay.
They were supposed to go
color
for dinner. And, you know,
Black.
they thought he was at his friend's house. He was like,
Yeah.
just started sleeping. So
We have him on one.
And he was never there.
There's
And he
one
never went to
picture
his
someone
house.
said he was on,
Okay.
and he was holding. He was making the switch.
Do you mind if my partner looks around the house real quick?
Yeah.
Because kids, they hide.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, we've already checked.
Is there any other kids here?
Yeah, there's kids here. Yeah, no, he's definitely he was out there. Yeah, so there was okay, so time because I was correcting his and he's free, like, my husband's, like, very normal. I kind of always, like, he was actually going to be here, remember the time I was here, but, like, he's like, oh, how is everything going on? You know, they're not so, yeah, so he
Harley goes out in her car to look for Gannon while LS remains at home, communicating with Al about the situation. Throughout the evening, LS used Gannon's phone to call his mother, Landon, a couple of times. This goes to the motive theory that the prosecution have about her resentment towards Al and Landon. At 10:09 p.m., deputies from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office arrive at LS's house and search the property. They observed the Tiguan backed into the garage. Detectives later compare body camera footage of Gannon's room, compared to photos taken earlier in the day, and see Gannon's bed with different bedding, and the bed moved against the wall. LS's neighbor, Nicole Mobley, reaches out to LS on Facebook to get an idea on where to look for Gannon, and is subsequently blocked. Nicole would later go on to create a fake profile on Facebook and lure LS into giving her information, which she then takes to the authorities. She would also be a witness in her trial. At 2:14 p.m., LS texts her neighbor, Nicole Mobley. When we came back inside from the smoke, there was blood on both of us. I didn't know what to do. I was scared I would get, unknown word, out about it, and I don't know if you should go to the doctor. I kept trying to add the candle thing, but Albert kept saying it was small and minor. I was scared the basement was smoky, and when I threw the cover, everything, we both had blood. You don't understand how it is to be a stepmom. LS did a lot of driving around on the day of Gannon's disappearance and the next day, but it wasn't to look for Gannon. She already knew where Gannon was. No need to look. No, she was playing musical cars. It got really complicated, and there are some movements that we know happened, but just not quite when exactly. On January the 28th, the day after Gannon's disappearance, LS texts her daughter, Harley, at 6:20 a.m. and instructs her not to open the door to anyone. A minute after that message, LS gets into her car, the Tiguan, and leaves for 10 minutes. Detectives believe she is doing a practice run to see if anybody is watching her, because she's about to move Gannon's body. She returns and backs her Tiguan into the garage. LS moves Gannon's body into her Tiguan and leaves the family home at 8:13 a.m. Drives to Colorado Airport, rents a Kia from the Avis rental company. She sends a text at 8:48 a.m. to Harley, instructing her to pull her car, which is a white Jetta, into the garage. She then uses the rental Kia to pick up Gannon's father, Al, at the airport around 9 a.m. Landon, Gannon's mother, and Al's mother and sister, as well as Landon's brother, all arrive in Colorado to stay with the family as the search goes on for Gannon. LS decides at this point that she doesn't want to stay at the house with all these people. Al and LS meet with detectives at Starbucks for an hour-long interview at 1:30 p.m. They both explain prior events, that Gannon stayed home due to stomach issues, that he was upset about a candle incident, and was asking about bath salts. They describe Gannon as a homebody who is a straight A student. Al says that Gannon's Nintendo Switch is missing. They give detectives Gannon's phone. Around 3:45 p.m, LS's location becomes unknown for the rest of the day. At approximately 4 p.m, investigators ask for Gannon's toothbrush for DNA purposes. LS sends a series of text messages to Al and Harley about this. Al attends another police interview in the afternoon, but LS does not attend. At 4:41 p.m, LS drives the rental Kia back to the airport, but then drives back out without picking up the Tiguan. Detectives know this because of parking tickets, and they believe she was checking on the suitcase and Gannon's body. A critical point in the investigation occurs when Al is out searching for Gannon. He goes to the French elementary school where LS had supposedly parked her Tiguan. When he sees that her car isn't there, he becomes suspicious and starts to believe she knows more than she's letting on. While LS is playing musical cars, detectives are trying to locate her for another interview. At 6 p.m, LS calls investigators to tell them she couldn't come in because her stomach issues were causing her to constantly use public toilets. Later that evening, LS returned to the airport, parked the rented Kia in short-term parking, keeps the keys and drives off in the Tiguan, according to parking receipts, exiting the airport at 7:03 p.m. She calls Detective Bethel at 7:03 p.m. to express her anger at detectives interrogating Harley. In the meantime, detectives are searching for her Tiguan. Between 8:30 and 10:20 p.m, location data from the Tiguan shows that the vehicle was in the area of Perry Park Road in Douglas County, Colorado. This is when detectives believe LS drove back up to dump the suitcase with Gannon's body in it, as well as a board that had Gannon's blood on it. GPS data shows that LS spent some time at Palmer Lake. Was she considering this as a disposal possibility? This is 4 minutes away from where she dumped the board and Gannon's body, because, well, as the prosecutor said in court, she can't keep them in the car. Harley was not with LS during this time, according to data taken from Harley's phone. At 9:55 p.m, LS calls Harley and tells her to leave the house, meet her at Harley's work, and not tell investigators where she's going. Harley would later testify that she was concerned about Lena, who was only 8 at the time, and would have been left alone had Harley left, so she took Lena with her, which I think goes towards Harley's character. LS just didn't think about or care about anybody else but herself. We must remind ourselves here that Harley is also a victim here. She is most likely going through her own trauma of being brought up by LS, who would backhand her if she didn't comply. A bit of coercive control here. And did I mention manipulation? No? Okay, manipulation. LS texts Harley at 10:23 to tell her they will stay at a hotel that night, which was very close to Harley's work, and to meet her there. At 10:45 p.m, LS texts a statement to investigators. "What do you want from me? Because I have nothing. One of your very own leaked to me what you guys were doing. I did nothing or am being set up. I'm not really even sure other than being told that by another Blue with El Paso. I was told I couldn't go home to sleep, and on top of that, men were sent to a home with a minor female and she was forced to stay there. What do you want from me? Detective Bethel replied, "Come in to talk to me. I would just like information to find Gannon." LS finally arrives at the hotel at 11:30 p.m., roughly an hour later than expected. LS parks her Tiguan in the car park close to Harley's work, and they both drive back to the house in Harley's Jetta to pick up some clothes. They then return to the hotel for the night. The next morning, January 29th, LS retrieves her Tiguan, where she left it at Harley's work, and drives to the airport to hand in the keys to the rental Kia. Surveillance video captures LS's Tiguan at the car wash at 11:30 a.m. LS finally arrives at El Paso Sheriff's Office for an interview with detectives at midday in a freshly washed car that was still dripping water.
Long time, but just recently I just got my Facebook back because we didn't have for 2 years. So I do have a Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly a travel YouTube type thing.
Okay, what's Facebook?
It's just my name.
Is it Letecia or Tisha?
It's under Tisha.
I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha?
Oh, actually it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT.
Is it your same last name? Stauch?
Yeah, because I really don't my first name. I'm always like, oh, Tesha. They're like, what Kesha? So I just put T because
have I been saying your name wrong?
No, you haven't. But I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up. Just said put T.
It is here that LS's lies and complex stories start to unravel. None of her stories make sense, no matter how hard you try piecing them together. I know I've tried. Even LS couldn't string them together. She had to bring her own notes to refer to in the interview.
Spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything you might say, and just in case, because I had notes from different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things, so I figured you're reading that then. So my paper is that we got the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday.
LS claimed she was held at gunpoint, knocked unconscious on her head, sexually assaulted in the basement by an Hispanic male named Eduardo, who then abducted Gannon. She then proceeds to plant seeds regarding the suitcase because she knows this is critical. The attacker allegedly demanded a suitcase and a cardboard box and left with Gannon. You can't make this shit up. Well, apparently you can. LS then cleaned up the area. Detectives offered LS a rape exam, but she declined. But not before detectives managed to seize her phone, which would be key to the investigation. Towards the end of this interrogation, LS stuffs some tissues down her pants, you can see this on the police video, and claims to have chest pain and shortness of breath. She is then transported to the hospital after being told by the paramedics that her vitals are fine and her breathing was fine. Detectives seize her Tiguan. Amanda Van Ness, the nurse who examined her injuries based on what she told the police, that she was raped, that she had banged her head and was unconscious for a short time, found no injuries that corroborated LS's account of the attack. Abrasions and bruises were noted on her hands, superficial injuries, scrapes, and an abrasion on her middle finger, which LS attributed to her dog, saying he had bitten her, and an abrasion on her knuckle left hand. she found no evidence of psychosis and no evidence of any mental diseases. Meanwhile, detectives have found multiple carpet brushes in the dishwasher at the Stauch residence and also locate an empty gallon of vinegar. Later on in the day, Harley and a co-worker, Janine Sanchez, remember that name, who was the receptionist at Massage Envy, picked up LS at a Taco Bell near the hospital. Harley wanted to stay at Sanchez's house, and LS also ended up staying there, which Sanchez thought was strange. Is this where LS got the inspiration for the name of her killer alter? Because some of her stories are intertwined with sprinkles of truth and real names. With the help of her brother and aunt, LS rents another vehicle, so this is now rental number 2, and the 5th vehicle in the story, a 2020 Nissan Altima, because law enforcement still had her Tiguan, right? Investigators put a GPS tracking device on the Altima. LS drives back to the Stauch home to collect more of her things and loads them into the Altima. LS tells Al the first iteration of her story about being assaulted by the man who took Gannon. Al has his mother and sister leave Gannon's room and collects all of the weapons in the house and locks them in his truck. Gannon's status was upgraded from runaway to endangered missing child due to his age and the medication he needed in combination with the amount of time he had been missing. It was explained during a press conference. There's a number of factors in this particular case. We've been having cold weather, so the weather was an issue. The time frame is another issue. The fact that he's actually under the age of 13, he's 11 years old, and he has specific medicine that he takes. We want to make sure that all the resources are being poured in to locate him. Police said Gannon is 4'9" and weighs 90 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a blue fleece hooded sweatshirt, or hoodie, blue jeans and tennis shoes, police said. According to the Denver Post, the searches included dogs and locals looking on horseback. People walked through snow and nearby bodies of water have been checked for any sign of Gannon. The designation of endangered missing child means that the El Paso County Sheriff's Office can now request help from the National Missing and Exploited Team and resources from the FBI Crimes Abduction Division, which includes experts in the field of search and rescue. Massive search efforts get underway in El Paso County, and members of LS's family fly into Colorado to support her. Her mother, Deborah Lowry, her aunt, Brenda Aquard, and her half-brother, Dakota Lowry. Her family stays at the Extended Stay Suites Hotel. Law enforcement began covert surveillance of LS and Harley's activities on January the 30th. As they followed Harley and LS would be seen slouched in the back passenger seat of Harley's car and sometimes appeared to be hiding herself. At 1:24 p.m., law enforcement approached LS in a car park as they were coming out of a store. Detective Sergeant Christopher Ganstein wanted to do a soft contact approach and introduce himself. As he approached LS, she had the car keys in her hand, and he didn't want her to get to the car. He walked up to her. She was surprised. He told her they had a search warrant for the car and their phones. She started walking backwards. She then turned and ran. He ran after her, but she threw the keys across the parking lot. One of the officers took the phone away from Harley, before she could manipulate anything. Harley was crying and hysterical, so they had to calm her down. Detectives collect their phones and Harley's car. On Friday, January the 31st, LS gave an interview to a local news station, KKTV, in which he denied causing any harm to Gannon. She said at the time, "I would never, ever, ever hurt this child," she added. "I am going to be ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that they should have a really sincere apology for all of those theories that have come out online, for all the things that people have said I have done or people have done." LS and her family are staying at a hotel. It is around this time, between 4:16 and 5:13 p.m., that detectives believe she returned to Douglas County to retrieve the suitcase with Gannon's body in it. She tells her family she's going out to get dog food and returns 3 hours later at 6 p.m. 3 hours is an awfully long time to get dog food. So now Gannon's body is in the suitcase in the rental van, Ultima. On Saturday, February the 1st, 2020, Dakota helps LS get yet another rental van. So now the third rental and the sixth vehicle in connection with this case. And they switch items from one van to the other. Dakota notices that LS struggles with a very heavy suitcase. When asked if he can help, LS tells him she can handle it. He asks her what is in the suitcase, to which LS replies, "Oh, just softball stuff." LS and Harley begin to drive cross-country down to Florida in the rental van, number 3. Sergeant Rosario Hubble of the El Paso Sheriff's Office believes that Gannon's remains were also in the van at the time. Harley has no clue that her stepbrother is behind her in a suitcase. Back at the house, detectives found blood presents in Gannon's bedroom, the hallway leading to the utility room from the bedroom, the utility room itself, the staircase leading upstairs, pathway to the garage and the garage area itself. They also processed the Tiguan and found traces of blood on the bumper of the vehicle, a rear passenger seat, front passenger seat, and the area near the glove box. The blood was determined to be Gannon's. LS attributes the blood to several accidents that happened inside the family garage, while Al and Gannon did woodworking. She added that Gannon cut his foot in the garage and sat on the bumper while she helped him patch up the wound. However, authorities also found a blanket in the car with drops of blood on it that matched Gannon's DNA. Hubble examined Gannon's room and found a large bloodstain that had seeped through the carpet onto the concrete. One CSI blood spatter analyst said that the crime scene in Gannon's room was very dynamic and was not a single event. The scene was a lot more violent than she was expecting to see. 2 pieces of carpet and a rug were taken and examined for DNA, but none of these were connected to the fire incident, so the candle carpet is missing. 3 shotguns were found, but no handguns. Detective Pete Vigil with El Paso Sheriff's Office could smell ammonia bleach in Gannon's bedroom. Al turns his truck, the Frontier, over to investigators. LS texts Detective Bethel from another phone and asks for her passport back. Dakota returns the first van, the Nissan Altima, to the rental company. LS checks into the Candlewood Suites, Pensacola, Florida at 12:23 a.m. on February the 4th, 2020, just 3 miles from where Gannon's body was later discovered by a group of construction workers. Prosecutors suggested that LS snuck out from the hotel room where she was staying with her daughter to dispose of his body in the middle of the night. She drove out to a small town called Paso and found a very quiet, dark bridge, an ideal place for her final despicable act against Gannon. Escambia Bridge runs over Escambia River that flows into the Gulf of Mexico, which authorities believe was her intended destination for Gannon. On February the 12th, LS calls the evidence department at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and, acting as Harley, attempts to reclaim what was seized by law enforcement. Because Gannon's disappearance is a pending case, she doesn't get the items back. After Al became suspicious of his wife, he allowed the FBI to listen in on his phone calls with her, trying to draw out more information from her about where Gannon was. In these recorded calls, all of which took place in mid-February 2020, several weeks after Gannon was reported missing, LS and Al argue over LS's alleged version of events, and her story could be heard changing numerous times from phone call to phone call.
Did Gannon have an accident of a serious nature and you freak out and cover it up?
No.
So the answer is no to all of that.
Correct.
Okay. Now this is going to be very uncomfortable for you, even more uncomfortable than what I just asked you. Did Harley kill Gannon?
God, no.
Okay, did she, any of the same questions, did she have anything to do with an accident, a cover-up? Was she involved in this at all with you?
No. I haven't been involved either.
So so something, there's a blank somewhere that you have not filled the blank. So.
How have I not filled the blank? So you don't think for a second that someone came in the house and took Gannon? You don't think that?
I don't doubt that. I don't know what to believe, but I'm not doubting you. I'm just having to ask all these questions. So,
I begged you. I said, hey, let us all be together. Look at me in my eyes and ask me that question. Feel it in your heart and then ask me that question.
But you gotta look at it from my perspective. Okay, first of all, and I got a couple things to say, so let me get through it.
Al was coached through the calls at the time by the FBI, who helped him come up with questions to ask and topics to discuss with her. Jonathan Grusing, a former FBI special agent who testified in court, stated that one of the goals was to keep LS talking as much as possible, because the more she talked, the more information the FBI believed they could get. And boy, could she talk. One of the ways the FBI achieved this, according to Grusing, was by having Al continue to tell LS that he believes she didn't kill Gannon, that he believed she is a good mother, or by giving her outs, by having Al ask her if what happened to Gannon was an accident. Someone like LS can't help but give information when making up these stories, Grusing stated. Over the 9 calls, 8 of which were between just LS and Al continues to confront LS, saying that he knows she is lying to him, and LS continues to deny lying, despite changing her story several times over the course of the conversations. In one of the first few calls, played in court, Al accuses LS of lying about Quincy Brown's involvement because law enforcement had confirmed that Brown was in Mexico at the time of Gannon's disappearance. In phone conversations played 2 weeks ago, LS claims Brown, who was a wanted fugitive in El Paso County at the time, was the person who had assaulted her and taken Gannon. Eventually, in the 6th call, LS admits that Brown wasn't involved, but changes her story again to say that Gannon was abducted from her car while she was in the store. In the 9th call, LS begins to claim to Al that Gannon's mother, Landon, was involved and that she believes Landon took Gannon out of the country. She's doing everything she can to point the finger at me. I'm sorry if it sounds selfish, but I hate that bitch, LS said about Landon in an earlier call. FBI Special Agent Amber Cronin testified that she was unable to put a number on exactly how many false stories LS had told about Gannon's disappearance because of just how many there had been during the investigation. In many of the calls, LS gets upset with Al for not supporting her, for not letting her stay with him during the investigation, and for allowing Landon to stay with him while looking for Gannon. Both Grusing and Cronin testified that LS rarely mentioned a desire to find Gannon in any of the recorded phone conversations, and clearly was more concerned about herself and her relationship with Al. Through every phone conversation, LS also continues to claim she is in Colorado, despite having left Colorado for South Carolina weeks earlier, according to numerous pieces of evidence shown throughout the trial. Hours of audio from those calls, along with video recordings of interviews with LS about her mental health, were a prominent part of the evidence offered during the 5-week trial. We hear from one of those calls how Gannon was burned with a candle to the point that his skin bubbled, and according to LS, he peeled the burns off and wiped blood on his bedroom wall. Detectives locate a piece of particle board during their search in Douglas County. It had a stain that appeared to be blood. Blood profile matched Gannon. Investigators believe LS used the board during the disposal of Gannon's remains. LS told Al over the phone that the blood in the corner of Gannon's room was a combination of hers and Gannon's. She said the abductor raped both her and Gannon and was present in the house when El Paso Sheriff's Office came to the house on the night of the 911 call. LS alleges to have attempted to tell detectives at the time that the perpetrator was still in the house. Detectives found nobody else in the house. LS even confided to a friend, Tila Cummings, that she had given Al false stories because she knows he won't believe anything she says, which doesn't make any sense at all. In another call, LS claimed to be 5 weeks pregnant. LS also told an acquaintance that she was thinking about flying out to Colorado to take a lie detector test to prove her innocence. LS had paid for an online fake polygraph, who ended up blocking her because of the questions she wanted them to put on the test. On February 19th, 2020, LS releases the video on Facebook of the candle incident that occurred with Gannon the night before he disappeared. The public now start to question whether the candle incident even occurred. On a call between Al and LS that took place on February 21st, LS introduces the story with the belly full of cash woman. LS issued a statement on February the 12th, 2020, urging Gannon to come home and thanking those who had been searching for him, while also blasting people on social media who suspected her of being involved in her stepson's disappearance. Social media has been devastating, from the harsh comments, speculations, threats, cyberbullying, etc. It has been a challenge when people are trying to run you off the road, waiting outside your hotel, threatening to kill you, etc. I encourage the sheriff's office to take down these pages that promote negative behavior and violence. Let's do what Gannon would do, be kind to one another, she said in the statement. We all have engaged in something crazy online at some point, but Gannon would want everyone to get along and to focus on finding him. I know that many people have kids and are invested in this because it hits close to home for them. I would like to think that overall, most people are genuine and want to do everything in their power to find G. She also released what she said were answers to questions people had about the case. With that being said, please take a step back for a moment and let me explain to you a few details that were not released. For example, just like the video that was leaked, there are additional details that were hidden due to 1. The department doing its job, 2. The effects of social media and how some individuals would criticize or hinder the investigation. I chose to listen. I didn't leak videos or information. But at this time, it's getting later in the process and we just want Gannon home. I feel the need to fill in some gaps. Now let me stress this. Police have known this since the first interview. Saturday night, G was helping me unload in the garage and cut his foot because there are a lot of tools because Albert does woodworking. He sat on the edge of the car and we bandaged it up. He was good to go. He always loves helping his dad in the garage, builds things like his Lego tables and the flower pot they built for me as a gift. After this, I noticed G kept going to the side of the house. He told me he was checking to see if the gate was locked because he was the only one with a gate key. It made him proud to be the man of the house while Albert was away. Fast forward, we did a hike on Sunday, cleared, and shopping on Monday, cleared as well for him getting out of the other side. Please don't think for a second that there isn't enough of technology to determine shadows and movement around the truck. There was also proof from my phone that we had taken a selfie in the truck in our driveway that was time-stamped. We always send pictures to Albert when we're out and about or when he's away. That can be scanned for actual time verification. Last, from day one, the sheriff's office has known a description of the person friend whom Gannon left with. I explained to them and provided evidence. They had information about G having the key to go out the side gate. Last, they have more in-depth details that go along with this, pointing to who sent the person or why he may have come. Again, I repeat, they have had this initially and I was asked to keep quiet about it so they could have the best shot at doing their job and bringing G home. The last thing that they needed was a hindrance to their investigation. I encourage you to think of any suspicious cars that may have been in the area watching a few days prior and keep praying for G. LS was finally arrested on Monday, March the 2nd, just after 8 a.m. in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and held without bond at the J. Reuben Long Detention Center in Horry County, South Carolina. It was here that she was interviewed for 5 hours by FBI agent John Grusing. When asked why she had cut out a piece of the carpet in the house, she said it stunk and nobody could breathe. LS could never directly say when she last saw Gannon. She also claims that the stab marks found on Gannon's body in the autopsy were not stab marks but burn marks. LS was extradited back to Colorado on March the 4th, 2020. On the way, LS breaks loose of her handcuffs and attacks one of her escorts.
Stop!
Stop it, Letecia.
Well, she keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on.
Oh, she got out of the restraints.
She keeps on threatening me.
Put your arm down.
I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm down.
Well, she keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you, but not to her.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you, but not to her.
Cooperate with me.
Now.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Al files for divorce the next day on March the 5th. LS is then formally charged with first-degree murder on March the 11th, 2020, in an El Paso County courtroom. Investigators also found Gannon's blood on LS's shoe and found her DNA on a gun linked to his death. On March 17th, 2020, divine intervention occurred. Gannon's body was discovered in Florida. Bridge inspectors with the Florida Department of Transportation found a suitcase under the Escambia River Bridge while doing construction, and upon opening it, found what appeared to be a boy's body wrapped in blankets. The same blankets on that photo that LS texted to Al on the morning she killed him. LS was counting on the fact that nobody would discover the body and that it would eventually end up in the Gulf of Mexico. These bridges are inspected every 2 years, and LS miscalculated. Had she disposed of Gannon 2 months later, he probably would not have been found. LS did Google bridge maintenance, so she was aware of this factor. Macon Ponder, the bridge inspector, said there was no smell until he opened the suitcase, which lends some credibility to Harley, who says she never smelled or knew the suitcase was in the back of the van as they drove all the way down to Florida. His body, in a fetal position, was decomposed, making identification and cause of death very difficult. But Dr. Susan Ignacio, the Associate Medical Examiner in Largo, Florida, and Dr. Leon Kelly, El Paso County Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner, made it possible to compare his DNA. Gannon was wearing the same clothes that he was wearing January 27th, 2020. In the suitcase were also the bedding that were used by LS to wrap Gannon's body around, as well as the pillow LS put into the suitcase. The pillowcase was consistent with a bullet being fired into it. 2 projectiles were also found in the pillow, and 1 projectile was recovered from the bedding. Sergeant Jason Yoder of the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office said that Gannon had been shot in the jaw, stabbed in the chest and back, and suffered a skull fracture. Gannon also had numerous defensive wounds covering his arms and legs, and a bullet was lodged in his skull, which was fractured like an eggshell. At a press conference after LS's arrest, Landon told reporters, "Gannon is no longer with us, but I have to say, Gannon is still with us. After the stories from people all over the world, he's not only my hero now, he's the world's hero. I'm astounded by the amount of love that has not come for me, it has come for my boy. And I never thought I'd be standing here. It's a nightmare. I've had to put trust in the people I don't know. Today I got the worst news and the best news. The best news is that justice will be served, and I will make sure that justice is served, because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him." An autopsy was performed the following day, on March the 18th, at Sacred Heart Hospital in Pensacola. Several of Gannon's stab wounds, specifically those on his hands and arms, were consistent with defensive wounds, suggesting that the boy was trying to protect himself from his attacker. Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds, 4 blunt force trauma injuries to the head, and 1 gunshot wound to the head. The stab wounds weren't the primary cause of death. Either the blunt force trauma injuries or the gunshot wound were. Ignacio, who ruled Gannon's death a homicide, also testified that Gannon had hydrocodone. Remember those painkillers that Al was prescribed and were stored in his bedside cabinet? Well, those and acetaminophen were found in his system. Hydrocodone is an opioid-based prescription pain reliever. Ignacio said it was unusual for an 11-year-old child to have that drug in their system. Because the body was decomposed, Ignacio had to break the femur bone in the hip in order to obtain bone marrow for the DNA comparison. Doctors also believe that Gannon's body was more preserved than it should have been, considering the length of time he was left in the suitcase, and they attribute this to the snow in Douglas County. When Gannon's body was there, they believe he may have been frozen, thus delaying decomposition. In June, LS attempted to escape from jail. She had allegedly, according to a probable cause affidavit, devised a plan to break through the window of her cell using a broom handle. LS believed she could get through the window because she had already measured herself. LS was charged with 1 count of solicitation to commit escape. She was writing letters to a fellow inmate with plans to escape and offering money to that inmate for their help. Gannon was laid to rest on September the 27th, 2020, in Loris, South Carolina. A young boy lost too soon was laid to rest over the weekend. Though his grieving loved ones continued to grapple with the heinous crime that resulted in his death, the focus was on Gannon, celebrating the life he led and the people he touched in his too brief 11 years. I was chosen to be the mum of an angel, Albert. You were chosen to be the father of an angel. Lena, you were chosen to be a sister of an angel. Mother Landon, Father Albert, and Sister Lena had their final moments with the boy they affectionately called Bubba. About 10 o'clock this morning, I've buried my sweet son in a cemetery in Charleston, Al said. He has a smile that just brightens up the room, and that happened at the time he was able to smile. He just had a grace and unbelieving spirit about him. I guess I can explain it as just an old man. He would just sit and have a heart of gold and do anything for anyone. Hold your children close and love them, because when it's over and you can't get them back. Gannon is not only my hero, he's your hero, and it means the world to me. I just want to say thank you to everyone that is here, from all the pouring love from everywhere. He is the greatest person in the whole wide world, his sister added. Although LS made up so many stories to avoid prosecution, once she was arrested, she then started to lay down the groundwork for a plea of insanity. Her story then changed to one of her alters, Maria Sanchez, being the killer, which she described in an interview with worldwide renowned DID specialist Dr. Dorothy Lewis, who testified on LS's behalf. But even then, she denied ever stabbing Gannon. She claimed that was a lie on law enforcement's side. She pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. The defense argued that she killed Gannon during a psychotic break caused by trauma from being physically, emotionally, and sexually abused during her childhood. Experts at the state mental hospital concluded that LS had a personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features, but was sane at the time Gannon was killed. Under Colorado law, that means understanding the difference between right and wrong and being able to form the intent to commit a crime. During the course of the investigation, LS told so many stories, trying to wriggle out of all charges. Even detectives had a hard time keeping up with them all. They would literally change from conversation to conversation. Initial disappearance story. In her testimony, Harley Hunt told the jury that LS had given her 3 versions of his disappearance. Gannon was at a friend's house, Gannon was missing, and Gannon was with a friend's older brother. The candle incident and fire story. This is part of her make Gannon look bad strategy. There was a fire downstairs, and LS wakes up Lena, asking her if she hears the alarm system calling out fire. She then packs Lena in the car, who apparently has their 2 dogs, then goes back inside, downstairs to get Gannon, then drives around the block. Harley was at work at the time. LS tried to lay the groundwork to show Gannon as a bad kid. The fire, bath salts, therapy. He stopped taking his meds. Swisher sweets were found in his bag. He bled at the drop of a hat. He had nosebleeds and would bite his fingers and bleed all the time. She even said that Gannon picked the burns he was suffering from after the fire, to the point that his arms would bleed. He pooped constantly, lit the candle himself that caused the fire because allegedly his room smelled of poop. All of this is so disturbing for too many reasons. When Harley got home from work, LS told her that she had called her fireman friend to come and check that everything was okay. False alibi and surveillance footage. LS provided an alibi that she was shopping during the time Gannon went missing. However, surveillance footage from the day did not support her alibi, further complicating her credibility. Social media posts and search efforts. LS portrayed herself as a concerned stepmother, actively participating in search efforts and posting about Gannon's disappearance on social media. However, her behavior and statements often appeared inconsistent with a genuinely concerned individual. Transported to another state. In a particularly puzzling turn, LS suggested that she had sent Gannon to another state for a visit, and she claimed that he was alive and well. Law enforcement did not find any evidence to substantiate that claim. The man in the cape. The final story from LS was that her killer alter, Maria Sanchez, also known as the Protector, had killed Gannon. Maria thought Gannon was a man in a cape who she thought was her stepdad, who was actually Gannon, standing on Gannon's bed wielding a knife, and that's why she shot him. Maria also claims to have enlisted 8-year-old Lena to help her move Gannon's body. Various other abduction stories. These stories would vary wildly, with the names of the people constantly changing, but most of them involved Gannon being abducted by these people and LS always as the victim. Eduardo, the carpet fixer. She gives some random Mexican guy access to the house through the garage code. He comes in to fix the carpet. She is upstairs with noise-cancelling headphones on, working out or something, and she hears a loud bang, goes downstairs. In one account, Gannon's door is closed. In another account, it's open. She sees Eduardo, who smells like paint, alcohol, and fresh tomatoes. He has scars on his face, a tattoo on his arm, wearing a tool belt and pink boots. You can't make this shit up. Well, apparently you can. He attacks LS, sexually assaults her twice, bangs her head on the floor. She loses consciousness. Before leaving, Eduardo demanded a suitcase and some boxes and then leaves with Gannon. In a phone call with Al, she said that Eduardo was still in the house when the police came and that she thought Gannon might be hiding somewhere. At some point, Gannon jumped on Eduardo's back to fight him off. Quincy Brown is downstairs. So Eduardo becomes Quincy Brown, and he's in several stories, but here he does everything that Eduardo did except for his ID falling out of his pocket and onto the floor, which LS, while being tied up at the time, was able to read. She later provided a photo of Quincy Brown that Al says she Googled. It was a police mugshot. He was on the most wanted list for sex offences and, according to the FBI, had been in Mexico for the last 2 years. Uncle Matt. Uncle Matt now replaces Quincy Brown, but don't worry, he features again in other places. Gannon high-fives Uncle Matt and they both leave together. Craigslist guy. LS drove up to Douglas County after finding a bike advertised in Craigslist. In a phone call to Detective Amber Cronin, LS claims this was her initial intention and reason for driving up to Douglas County. Gannon test rode the bike, crashed, suffered a horrible head injury, and the Craigslist guy, who was now Quincy Brown, takes Gannon. Hike story. In later interviews, LS changed her story, stating that she and Gannon had gone on a hike in a remote area. Gannon wanted to see a castle. She claimed that Gannon got into an argument with a man and never returned from the hike. On a phone call with Al, LS slips up here. She said it was dark and mountainy, and then quickly corrects herself and says, well, not dark because it was daytime. We know that LS returned to this area at night to dispose of Gannon's body when it would have been dark. Bike accident. She told Al on the phone that Quincy Brown abducted Gannon near Highway 105 and County Line Road after Gannon fell off his bike and hit his head. She claimed a man named Terrence was in the car with Brown. This is 50 miles away from their home. What is Gannon doing on his bike 50 miles away? Fake accident. LS was driving down the road and Quincy Brown was lying on the street. LS stopped the car. Brown then got up, jumped into her vehicle, forced her to drive home, where he raped her and took Gannon. Cash belly woman. A woman who looked 8 months pregnant got into LS's car and starts pulling money out of her belly. She wanted LS to go into the Mexican restaurants and give them a package as part of a money laundering scheme. It's Al's fault. Edgar. This time, it's Al's fault. In an interview, LS claimed that Al owed Edgar money, which led to Gannon's disappearance, and she believed Al should be prosecuted for manslaughter. She couldn't give specifics. According to LS, however, she had been covering for others, hoping that the full truth that's not sugar-coated would come out. Oh, as opposed to shit-coated. She went on to say that Al had given her a story to tell the police, and that he could pull strings if she didn't snitch. She added that she wouldn't reveal the true identity of Edgar because he has dangerous affiliations. She also added that her stories were convoluted and inconsistent, only because she lost track of what her husband wanted her to say. Angel. When LS was arrested and interviewed by FBI agent Grusing, she requested a private room to talk with no camera. She then told Grusing another story in this private room where the abductor is now a woman called Angel. She was involved in some threesome story. She also referred to Angel as the babysitter, and apparently she looked a lot like herself. Let's blame Landon. The most cruel of all blame shifting is when LS brings Landon into her stories. According to LS, Landon had taken Gannon to Mexico. Someone is following me. LS claimed to have been followed by the Craigslist guy in a blue car. On a phone call to Al, this blue car becomes a red car, which Al called her out on. This story also has a variation where somebody called Michael the Archangel. That's not me, that is LS. She said Michael the Archangel was following her in a black car. And finally, the cartels. So the cartels were somehow involved with Gannon's disappearance. On January the 19th, 2021, a mental health evaluation submitted to the court stated that LS is competent to stand trial, and LS represents herself in court on March the 5th, 2021. Her divorce from Al was finalized in April of the same year. On May the 3rd, the court announced through release of documents that LS will no longer be representing herself and will get new public defenders. She later changed her plea from not guilty to not guilty by reason of insanity. The following year, 2022, but was evaluated as competent to stand trial, which would begin on March the 20th, 2023, with jury selection. Opening statements took place on April the 3rd, 2023. Prosecutors claimed LS killed Gannon in January 2020 because she was very resentful towards his biological parents, especially his mother. They have suggested she was unhappy in her marriage and resentful of being treated like an unpaid babysitter. People online have also suggested that Gannon had witnessed something he shouldn't have seen, like LS having an affair, for example. District Attorney Michael Allen, in his opening statement, said, "She took Gannon's bloodied and broken body and the blankets and pillows that were with him and shoved them into a suitcase." Allen argued that the steps that she took to cover up her actions are proof that she knew what she did was wrong and was therefore sane. She cleaned up blood in Gannon's bedroom, moving his body to various locations to hide it before disposing of it like garbage in a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico in hopes it would never be found, he said. Prosecutors said evidence presented during the trial will show that LS took deliberate steps to hide what she had done and told the jury that she was the last person to see him alive. The prosecution said she admitted that in a call to authorities where she reported the boy missing, a recording of which played for the jury in court. "Who was the last person to see him? I guess it was me," she could be heard saying in the recording. LS also lied to investigators various times to try to hamper their investigation, Allen said, changing her accounts of what happened to Gannon. She claimed 2 different men had raped her and then abducted Gannon, and later that one of those men had taken Gannon after he hurt himself in a bike crash. All of her actions were purposefully designed by her to distance herself from what she did, Allen said. LS started the trial by sitting in the corner on the far left of the courtroom as you're looking into the room, but people, including members of the jury, began noticing that LS was giving the finger to witnesses, so the judge ordered that she sit between her attorneys where he could keep an eye on her, after admonishing her for doing so. On the 9th day of the trial, Harley Hunt took the stand as a witness for the prosecution, and much of what she testified corroborated LS's lies. Recalling the events on the day of Gannon's death, Harley talked about the conflicting stories provided by LS. She told the jury that LS had given her 3 stories on the day of his disappearance. It was at this early stage LS was already suggesting that they are trying to frame me. Notably, LS had a history of lying to Harley and everyone else, including fabricating details about her father's death. Harley had always believed, because of what LS had told her, that her father died in a robbery gone wrong, when actually he died from a fentanyl and hydrocodone overdose, the same substance found in Gannon's system in the autopsy. At the end of Harley's testimony, she was clearly distressed, and while she was on the stand crying her heart out, LS was seen laughing in court with her attorneys. This was her own flesh and blood on the stand, and she just couldn't give a fuck about her own daughter's emotional state. But then what does one expect from a narcissistic mother? Dr. Christine Mohr, mental health expert and clinical psychologist, explained that LS, according to her own accounts of anxiety, should have displayed loss of memory at times while being incarcerated, but she didn't. Dr. Jackie Grimmett also evaluated LS and corroborated what Dr. Mohr had said. She went on to explain how DID works, that it is a very destructive disorder. It's not a party like it was with LS. Moreover, LS's history did not support this. After hearing LS say that she had created certain personalities, Dr. Grimmett stressed that you do not create an alter. They present themselves to you, including their name. Grimmett told the court how LS claimed to have a button in her cell, which, when pressed, could summon 2 vampires, Jasper and Justice. Grimmett was familiar with the movie series Twilight and recognized the characters from this film. She also stated that it is hard to believe that somebody can be impacted with this disorder and people around them don't see something wrong. Family or someone close would notice time loss. Although switching between alters can be subtle and perhaps not so noticeable, but something would be noticed at some time. But I think the only switching LS did was with cars. There was no documentation whatsoever about any DID activities leading up to the crime, and then between the crime and changing her plea to insanity, suddenly her DID activities increased off the charts. This is not how DID works. LS's stories and claims of mental illness, insanity, psychosis, DID are not consistent with what close family members have said. LS's brother, Dakota, her daughter Harley, and her stepdaughter Lena. In tests, LS exceeded the cutoff for feigning. That is, she exaggerated her symptoms. However, she did display traits of borderline personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder. LS also talked to the psychologists about the belief that Gannon could be brought back to life. At one point in the evaluation, LS was asked to draw 11:10, or 10 past 11, on a clock as part of a brain damage test. This is significant because LS performed this test twice, once with Dr. Loundra Torres and the other with Dr. Dorothy Lewis for the defense. Her first depiction of the clock was perfect. Assistant Principal at Mountain Ridge Middle School, Lesley Hicks, told the court about her dealings as an employer with LS. One of LS's references was not kosher. LS had given a name, a number, but when Hicks called this number, the caller ID told her it was Eugene Stauch. LS was asked for another number, and when she finally got through to someone, a woman answered with kids in the background. The emails written to LS to the school were all signed as Dr. Stauch. On the day of Gannon's murder, when LS texted Hicks with her excuse for not coming into work, that her stepdad had an accident and had just died, even though this had happened years ago, Hicks messaged her back, asking for clarification as to whether she was coming into work or not, and LA replied, "He is my parent. I cannot believe that would not be an assumption at a time like this." Hicks then wrote back with, "Sorry for your loss, but I do not make assumptions. I need clarification so that I can find cover for the classes for today." Spencer Wilson, reporter with CBS 4, also testified about the interview he took of LS when Gannon was initially reported as a runaway. He had asked LS if she had something she wanted to tell Gannon. The world watched that video, but what people didn't know was what LS did behind the scenes. She replied on camera to that question, but she wasn't happy with the result and asked Wilson if she could have another take. What was chilling was the 180-degree turnaround of her demeanor. It was completely different. She also referred to Gannon in the past tense in this interview. What is also chilling is that there is a good chance that Gannon was already in the suitcase, in the van that can be seen in the background of that recording. Her last message for Gannon was, "I hope I get an apology from everyone who thought I was guilty of something."
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband. We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family, is that we love you and miss you. And we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
During the time that the medical examiners were on the stand, the suitcase was brought into the court for the jury to see. However, because it would have had fluid on it from being stored in the freezer since it was found, they put it in a plastic bag and took it out again of the courtroom very quickly so it wouldn't stink out the courtroom. All of the items recovered from the suitcase, including Gannon's clothings, were covered in decomposition fluid, so they brought photos instead of the items due to the smell. Peter Vigil, an El Paso County detective, testified that he smelled bleach when he entered Gannon's bedroom and that he found what appeared to be a bloodstain on Gannon's mattress. FBI agent Andrew Cohen, the FBI's lead agent on the Stauch case, testified that investigators placed a wiretap on Ellis's phone in the weeks after Gannon was reported missing. Jurors heard 4 wiretap recordings, all of which were phone calls between LS and someone from the website fakepolygraph.com. The first 2 calls placed by LS were asking why she had yet to receive the results of the fake polygraph exam in her email. And in the third call, the representative told LS that her fake polygraph had been blocked by management due to the questions pertaining to, quote, potential illegal activities, unquote. Some of the questions LS tried to have answered via the fake polygraph, according to the arrest affidavit, included: did you participate in any way in causing your stepson's death? And did you participate in any way in causing harm to your stepson? After more than 4 weeks of testimony, El Paso County prosecutors called their final witness, Kevin Clark, on Monday, May the 1st. Clark, a former crime analyst for Colorado Springs Police and the current director of crime strategies and intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office, spent the entire day on the witness stand, the majority of which was spent reviewing the prosecution's timeline of events. However, the most significant portion of testimony came at the end of the day, when Clark reviewed numerous Google searches made from Ellis's phone before her arrest. District Attorney Michael Allen pointed out that Defense Attorney Will Cook and LS had been looking at the Google searches on a laptop and laughing during much of that testimony. "I don't know what's so funny over here, Judge," Allen said to Judge Gregory Werner, referring to Cook and LS laughing at the defense table. Many of these searches were made publicly available in LS's arrest affidavit from 2020. Clark also went over an extensive alleged timeline of events from the investigation, starting with the day before Gannon was reported missing, January the 26th, 2020, and ending with the day Gannon's body was found in Florida, March the 17th, 2020. The timeline acted as a summary of the prosecution's case against LS and the significant facts presented up to this point in the trial. The timeline begins with LS discussing with family members how Gannon wasn't feeling well and how he accidentally burnt himself with a candle the night before she killed her stepson. Clark described in vivid detail all communication LS had before detectives took her phone on January the 29th. During this time frame, Al's text messages begin to show suspicion of his then-wife, accusing her of not telling the full truth in the early evening of January the 28th. Clark alleged that LS picked up Gannon's body from the Douglas County location on January the 30th and then left with it in a rented van on February the 1st and finally dumped it over a bridge in Florida on February the 4th. Clark also testified that LS tried to buy a second fake polygraph after her first was denied by fakepolygraph.com. Clark testified that a list of questions such as, "Did you murder your stepson?" were found in LS's Notes app on her phone under the title, "Telling the Truth." Attorneys for LS, who has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, countered the prosecution by claiming she suffered a major psychotic crack as a result of childhood trauma when she killed Gannon. Defense attorney Will Cook said the gruesome details highlighted by Allen, including how Gannon was killed and the lack of a motive, are proof that LS was insane because it all does not make sense. These are all signs and evidence of a mind, a soul, that is broken in a most fundamental and profound way, he said. Cook suggested LS developed dissociative identity disorder, because this is what her defense kept calling it, as a result of being physically, emotionally, and sexually abused by her absent mother's string of partners during her childhood, sometimes sleeping in a car in the driveway to escape the abuse. When she killed Gannon, she was not, in her mind, killing her stepson, but the demons from her childhood and life. Based on surveys given to potential jurors, many were skeptical of LS's mental health defense, Cook said. He urged jurors to put aside their impulse to make someone pay for such a brutal killing and keep an open mind, because the judicial system requires LS to be presumed innocent. "I'm not telling you to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way it is," he said. The defense's main witness, Dr. Dorothy Lewis, author of the book Guilty by Reason of Insanity, and featured in an HBO documentary titled Crazy Not Insane, got off to a bad start when she met LS the day before her testimony and had a 3-hour meeting with her. Prosecution got wind of this, and before the jury was brought into the courtroom, objected to the judge and requested that none of the contents of this meeting was to be brought up by Lewis during her testimony, because they had not received any information about what was discussed during this 3-hour meeting, and that she was to submit all documents in her possession relating to the defendant to the prosecution. They also posed the question, why did Dr. Lewis feel the need to meet with LS the day before her testimony when she has already submitted her evaluation? The meeting in question was not recorded. Judge Werner informed Dr. Lewis that she can only talk about what she has submitted in her report, and if there was any additional information or evidence, she is not to talk about it in her testimony until it has been cleared and entered by the court. She was also ordered not to mention a softball incident that resulted in an accident, because she had not referred to this at all in her reports as part of her opinion. Dr. Lewis, who is one of the world's leading experts in DID, concluded that LS suffered from dissociative identity disorder and was not sane at the time Gannon was killed. Prosecutors, however, pointed out that Lewis didn't even know how sanity is defined under Colorado law. When asked by Young, she couldn't recite the insanity law in Colorado. It was Dr. Lewis who asked LS to perform the clock test again, but this time LS muddled it, suggesting that she had learned to make mistakes and how to demonstrate her insanity. Prosecutor Dave Young, in a potential attempt to damage Lewis's credibility in the eyes of the jury and show a lack of knowledge of the case, grilled Lewis on LS's actions before and after Gannon's death. Young asked after each piece of information whether Lewis knew LS had done the action being referred to, such as hiding Gannon's body in the trunk of her car at the airport, and if she had the capacity to understand right from wrong at that time. Lewis responded to the majority of these lines of questioning with, she wasn't sure or didn't know. Lewis complained at several points during her testimony that she was unable to conduct an MRI and an EEG on LS, something she claims she needed in order to make a decision. However, it came out during the trial that it was actually Dr. Lewis who withdrew the request for an MRI or an EEG from the court. The prosecution also opted to play 5 different video clips of Lewis's interview with LS, conducted over several days in November 2022, that show LS flipping between her alleged personalities while speaking with Lewis. In the first 2 videos, LS can be heard discussing some of her alleged personalities with Lewis, saying that her personality, Jasmine, would sometimes take over and go on trips around the world to places like Dubai. Immediately following the first video, Prosecutor Young confirmed with Lewis that LS had never been to Dubai. In the third video clip, LS transforms into one of her alleged personalities, which is the first evidence of her doing so in trial. LS in the video claims she is Taylor and informs Lewis that she can't speak to the Maria personality, who LS claims in several different interviews was the one responsible for killing Gannon. She claimed that Maria will only come out if there is a triggering event. In the 4th and 5th videos played to the jury, LS can be seen donning a foreign accent. Lewis testified she believed it was a Russian accent, even though she can't speak any Russian. Lewis, I mean, stating she is Maria Sanchez, and says that she was the personality who shot Gannon, saying she saw a man in a black cape enter the basement of her home and shot him out of fear, then realized later it was Gannon. You don't understand. I had to protect the people in the home, LS said to Lewis while claiming to be Maria. I'm trained to kill, LS said at least 5 times during the interview.
I did not know, didn't have a safety. I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? You're trained to kill. That's what I do. But trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do. Kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt me, I'm trained to kill, okay? That hurts anyone or that hurts the people that I care about. Okay, so yes.
LS also told Lewis that she has numerous personalities with names like Harmony, Jasmine, Taylor, and Maria. To me, or to whoever I was, it was a man in the cape. That was the only reason the gun went off. I was not okay. I would never hurt anyone on purpose. In the interview, conducted in March 2022, LS told the psychologist that she had become very paranoid in the days leading up to Gannon's death. LS said she believed she was being followed by someone in a black car, and that she also believed a man named Michael the Archangel was following her. She also told the psychologist that she couldn't remember large chunks of the day that Gannon was reported missing, and that at one point she ended up naked in her garage and didn't remember how she got there. Lewis said she gave the most peculiar descriptions of what happened to Gannon. For example, Eduardo comes in and rapes her and takes Gannon. Then there's this Quincy guy who is a pedophile. There were numerous mindless descriptions of what might have happened to Gannon, but she is not a stupid girl, yet she makes up the darndest stories. Lewis believes that LS doesn't even know what happened. Another proof of insanity, according to Lewis, was the fact that LS was observed by personnel to be talking to somebody who wasn't there in the jail cell. Lewis believed this was genuine because she didn't know she was being watched. Is it really possible for someone with as much experience as her to be so naive? Or was Dr. Lewis so desperate to have one last stab at a sensational DID case? Throughout the brilliant cross-examination by Prosecutor Young, she hung onto her diagnosis for dear life, but it appears that she has lost all objectivity when it comes to DID. Even when prodded to give a reason as to why she believes somebody has DID, she couldn't give a direct medical answer. She would say things like, "You can see it." LS described her Maria personality as her Spanish and Russian-speaking protector after being prompted by Dr. Lewis, and claimed that she can speak with Maria. According to Dr. Lewis, Maria was a physically abusive entity. Those are the words of Dr. Lewis, which I find rather surprising. I'm surprised that she's using the term entity and not alter. Lewis also believes that LS suffered brain damage as a result of certain accidents. There was one accident that Dr. Lewis and the defense were not allowed to bring up in testimony because it was not in her final report of the evaluation. Lewis seemed to take LS for her word without even digging into her background. LS told her that she had started seeing her abusive stepfather alive after the candle incident with Gannon, and consequently Lewis believed this was the trigger and stated that LS had episodic psychotic states. In the fifth and final interview, LS, speaking as the killer alter, Maria, continues to take responsibility for Gannon's murder, insists that LS had nothing to do with Gannon's death and that she had no knowledge of dumping his body in Florida. LS, acting as Maria, continued, however, to deny ever stabbing Gannon, only admitting to shooting him. For nearly the entirety of all 5 video clips, which combined were about 2 hours long, LS could be seen at the defendant's table, with her head facing directly down at the table, almost never looking up to watch the videos. At several points during the day, when video of the interviews were being played, LS could be seen putting her hands over her ears. When asked by Young why Maria only came out with her and not the others, Lewis replied,
"Why is it that Dr. Torres, and ask her, can I speak to Maria Sanchez, can't change? She says, I'm not able to change that persona. But when you ask, she's able to change."
Once Lewis completed the interviews with LS, she requested additional examinations in the form of an EEG and MRI. Lewis said she needed these in order to make a decision. She claimed it would have shown the abnormal brain activity that she was certain would be there and would complete her evaluation. On direct examination, the defense attorney Tolini asked Lewis, "You were disappointed when I couldn't make that happen, weren't you?" To which Lewis replied, "Yes." It was her understanding that the court declined to pay for the EEG and MRI at this point in her testimony. However, when Young cross-examined her the next day, he produced an email written by Lewis. In this email, Lewis wrote, "Go ahead and withdraw the EEG. I have been reading more on Letecia," again her pronunciation, not mine, "and I think we should drop the request." Young posed the question, "So why did you blame your attorneys yesterday for withdrawing the EEG and making out you didn't know about it?" Her reply was her usual word salad. At times, Young's questioning of Lewis boiled over into nearly hostile territory, with the most heated moments coming during points where Lewis referred to notes that had not been previously entered into evidence. The first example came in the morning, when Lewis informed Young she had a note from one of her interviews that alleged LS liked to be called Maria as a child, but that she forgot to mention this note on Tuesday. Lewis also could not recall how she learned the information contained in the note. Young was visibly unhappy that the note was never entered into evidence, which is required under Colorado law for forensic interviews of defendants, and that this was the first time he was hearing of it. The second instance came in the afternoon, immediately after the lunch break. Before the jury was called in, Young informed the court that he wanted to confirm on the record that a certain piece of paper signed by LS's alter during one of the forensic interviews was lost, and that Lewis would not pull it out mid-testimony like she had done earlier. LS's defense attorney, Josh Tolini, and Lewis confirmed that the document was indeed lost. Judge Werner then asked Lewis if she has any of the other signatures that LS had supposedly made through her alters, and she said no. The jury was then brought in and the trial continued. 20 minutes later, Prosecutor Young asked her what happened to the papers of the signature she got LS to sign under her alter. Dr. Lewis then produces the document and is sitting there on the stand with a bunch of documents on her lap, including the one that was deemed lost just 20 minutes previous. "Did I not say this was going to happen?" Young remarked immediately. After the judge removed the jury from the courtroom, Young and Tolini reviewed the documents Lewis had brought with her and informed the court that the signed document in question was not present, but others were that had not been admitted by the court. Werner ruled that Lewis could not have her file of notes with her for the remainder of her testimony. The judge also told Lewis that everything she has in her file must be submitted to the court. Another point of contention was the manner in which Dr. Lewis conducted her evaluation with LS, and the fact that she had LS's attorney, Tolini, present during the sessions with LS. "I wanted them to see what I see," was her reasoning for this. A couple of times during the evaluation, you can actually hear LS's attorney asking LS questions. This is during an evaluation, and her lawyers are asking her questions. Other attorneys have been asked about this. While they say it is not unheard of, it is generally considered bad practice. And this wasn't the only problem Prosecutor Young had regarding her sessions. At one point, he paused the video and asked Lewis, "Who is that person leaving the room?" pointing to a man in the video making his way towards the door. "I don't know, I don't recognize him." "But he's your son. You don't recognize your own son? Why is your son in the evaluation session?" Again, a lot of fumbling and word salad from Dr. Lewis. At the end of this day, Prosecutor Young asked that none of the defense confer with the witness overnight, so that we don't have a repeat of the weekend. The judge tells Lewis that she is not to have any discussions with the attorneys overnight. At one point, the judge had to raise his voice to say stop, and then admonish Lewis for continuing to talk after an objection had been made. During the cross-examination, Young accused Lewis of conducting a sanity examination that was not thorough, of being biased, and that she has a disregard for court rules. Lewis, who is over 80 years old and uses a wheelchair, arrived late to court every day and also did not turn in her sanity report to the court until 4 days before jury selection. Lewis was clearly unhappy with Young's line of questioning and stated numerous times that she stands by the findings of her sanity report and that she doesn't determine sanity for a paycheck.
I did not know it didn't have a safety. I didn't know any of that. That's what I do. I'm trained to do that. Okay? Trained to kill. Okay? Trained to kill. That's what I do. But I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill. Okay? That's what I do. Kill for a living. Okay? Illegal trained to kill. Okay? It hurts. It hurts the people that I care about. Okay? Yes.
In my opinion, the outstanding closing argument from the prosecution attorney, Dave Young, was one of the best I have ever seen, and possibly sealed LS's fate. After watching Young destroy and completely discredit the only relevant witness the defense had, Dr. Dorothy Lewis, this was the next logical step. Young took us through all the points that demonstrated LS was using judgment and reflection with every single action she took on that day. Young starts off by saying Gannon's injuries are relevant not only to the crimes that she's charged with, the murder counts, but they're relevant to what her state of mind was when she committed those crimes. The burns the night before he was killed, the hydrocodone in his system making him lethargic, the stabbings, all 18 of them, the smashing of his skull 4 times, and then finally the 4 gunshots, one of which was fatal. Judgment, reflection. Young took us through the Insanity Plea timeline, how there was no evidence of any mental disorders, no history of inpatient psychiatric treatment, no history other than anxiety of any other diagnosis for mental illnesses, no evidence of psychosis, no evidence of dissociative identity disorder. On June the 5th, 2020, LS is heard saying, "I'm going to start acting crazy." On that same day, she enters a competency issue into the court, which starts the competency evaluations. The timing of that. Gannon's body was found on March the 17th. She found out about it on March the 20th. We know that she has read the discovery. the police reports in this case, and all of a sudden she starts acting crazy for another defense. What's relevant about this first competency evaluation that takes place on July 20th, 2022, is that when she goes to the state hospital for a 2-week observation period where she is being observed by nurses and employees, LS actually approaches one of the nurses and asks her, "Can you tell when someone is faking it?" Initially, she is telling them she has bipolar disorder, that she has manic depression, but nothing about dissociative identity disorder, which, even according to Dr. Lewis, she has had since a very young age. Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres diagnosed her with specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. No evidence of psychosis during that evaluation either. Then she starts talking about DID and bipolar disorder with Dr. Grimmett, claiming to have 4 distinct personalities and the ability to press a button in her cell that summons 2 vampires called Jasper and Justice right out of the Twilight series. This is not how DID works. Then the defense contacted Dr. Lewis, a world-renowned expert on DID. Before Dr. Lewis even spoke to LS, she contacted the attorneys and told them to change the plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. She hadn't even evaluated LS at this point. In the meantime, LS has created more personalities. LS claimed to have created them herself. Again, this is not how DID works. You don't create the alters. Dr. Torres already testified to that. They present themselves to you. Dr. Torres also testified that there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms to the definition of a mental disease or defect. Dr. Torres asked LS if she could speak to one of the alters, Maria Sanchez, and LS told her, no, Maria just doesn't come out. There's got to be some kind of stressor. There's got to be a triggering event. I can't just summon Maria. But when Dr. Lewis asks to speak to Maria, she just pops out. Dr. Lewis was the only one who managed to speak to any of LS's alleged alters. And when asked how she was able to do this, she replied, magic. Young then continued to discredit Dr. Lewis, who didn't even know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado. She couldn't answer any of his questions on cross-examination because she didn't want the jury to know the answers. She showed up to court every time late. He even suggested she had narcissistic tendencies. He compared her to the other doctors who were able to refer to the correct terms in their answers. He also reminded the jury of the lies that were told by Dr. Lewis. The first one regarding further testing on LS to confirm her diagnosis of DID. When first questioned, Lewis told the court that they were declined further tests. But it was later discovered through an email written by Dr. Lewis herself that she had decided to withdraw the application for these tests. She told the jury that she needed these tests to make a decision. She never got the tests, but she still made the decision, and she still made a diagnosis. The defense really didn't have much to go on. The prosecution had already discredited their only witness. The only thing they could do is poke holes in the prosecution's case and maybe do some damage control regarding their main witness, Dr. Lewis. Mr. Tolini told the jury that the fire, which occurred the night before Gannon's death, was some type of trigger that had been, and I quote, disassociated long ago. He then took us through what he believed was a psychotic episode with LS not sleeping and that she was manic. According to Colorado law, if the defense can provide a doctor's diagnosis stating their client was insane at the time of the crime, this then shifts the burden of proof for insanity or sanity back to the prosecution. This is what Dr. Lewis provided them. The prosecution rebuttal was just as dynamic as the closing, but this time it was Alan's turn to drive their point home and bring Gannon home. Alan started off by counteracting the defense's claim that motive had not been proven. Alan explained that they don't have to prove motive, but they did anyway. He goes through those points, starting with the reason she chose her stepdad's death for not coming into work that day. She needed an unassailable excuse because she knew what was happening that day. Gannon wouldn't play with fire. He would never go downstairs and just light candles randomly. This was the start of the attack, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night, and it continued with hydrocodone. A prescription for a full-grown man was given to Gannon. Think about the manipulation that she carried out on everybody in her life. I would venture to guess that not a single one of us in this room ever even knew a fake polygraph website existed. I didn't. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She might be a world-renowned expert, but she is the only expert they could find to bring in here to tell you that this defendant has DID. None of the other doctors who testified here saw a single shred of evidence that she had DID. Not a single one. And yet this doctor comes in and says she does. Yet she doesn't even know what the definition of insanity in Colorado is. She starts throwing around words like McNaughton and other things that might apply in other states, and that sanity could depend on where you are, what state you're in. There were a lot of I assumes and I don't knows, deflections, and she was pressed to justify her opinion. She couldn't even do that. You heard Dr. Torres in contrast. She could point to specific things about the evaluation. Compare the two. It's Gannon's fault, right? He pooped all over himself, started a fire, experimenting with drugs. Isn't that convenient? He's curious about bath salts, and there are Swisher Sweets planted in his backpack. He's got hydrocodone in his system. Isn't this a convenient concoction from this defendant? Gannon was a mama's boy. Is that the source of her hatred for him? She could never replace that kind of love. So she tells everyone that he went to a friend's house and didn't come back. She concocts numerous wild stories, starting with Eduardo, some random Mexican guy. She just gives him access to the house through the garage code. He comes in to fix the carpet, but in addition to fixing the carpet, he rapes her, bangs her head on the floor. No sign of injury on her, curiously. You heard the nurse testify to that. He asked for boxes and a suitcase. She had to introduce the suitcase. She had to explain why Gannon was going to be found in a suitcase. Next, it is Quincy Brown's fault. He was real. He was on the most wanted list for sex offenses. The perfect fall guy for what this woman did. He replaced Eduardo. She knew his name because his ID fell out conveniently and landed on the floor. Then he turns into the Craigslist guy up in northern El Paso County, selling a bike, or he's laying in the road as they're driving and gets into the car, forces them back home and rapes her. Or Gannon is test riding a bike, crashes, hits his head, and he takes off with Gannon. Then came Uncle Matt, who was high-fiving with Gannon before taking off with him. Then it's the pregnant lady with Cash Baby. Supposedly 8 months pregnant. involved with money laundering for Mexican restaurants. She gets into the car, starts pulling money out of her belly. The one thing that all of these stories have in common is that LS is always the victim. In every single one. This was a very calculated move. These stories were all made up to explain away why pieces of evidence were found in the case. She knows that the suitcase will probably be found. She notices that law enforcement was searching up in Douglas County where the board was found. So that's when the bike story comes in. She has to explain why her GPS is going to show up in that area. The most cruel of all blame shifting is when she brings Landon, Gannon's mother, into her stories. It's now her fault. She has taken him to Mexico. She even pointed the finger at Al, blaming him for Gannon's abduction because of money owed to the abductor. Lastly, it's the caped invader's fault. Standing on top of the bed, wearing a cape, she didn't realize it was Gannon and she shoots him, stabs him, and does all these other things to cover up. She realizes that all the other stories are not working, and this is where Dr. Dorothy Lewis comes into play. Before she even looks at a shred of evidence in February 2022, she's already said, yeah, you need to go with not guilty by reason of insanity. She didn't know a single thing about the case of the defendant in February 2022. She hadn't even met the defendant yet. So what does the defendant do now? She starts creating names. There's Taylor, Harmony, Christina, Jasmine, the Frisky Princess, Little Lucia, and Maria Sanchez, the Spanish-speaking Russian sniper who knows how to kill. One thing we do know from this evidence is that this defendant knows how to kill. She knows how to kill a defenseless little boy in his bed. In that first story about the candle incident, she talks about taking the kids outside and then having to go back downstairs to get Gannon, and they all pile in the truck and drive off. Yeah, that never happened. That was just a story that she had to explain away because the fire didn't work. She forgot that Gannon was a fighter, a 1 pound 6 ounce little boy when he was born, overcame all the odds, but he couldn't overcome this one. But he sure did try, didn't he? She stabbed him 18 times. Most of those stab wounds were defensive wounds because he fought back. Then she beat him over the head 4 times with some blunt object that was never found, cracking his skull like an eggshell. Shot him in the jaw, severing his spine and likely killing him instantaneously. She then manipulated the heck out of the investigation with her stories and fled to Florida and South Carolina to get as far away from this thing as she possibly could. She was looking into escaping the country when she was finally apprehended. LS was found guilty of all charges. Colorado District Judge Gregory Werner sentenced LS to life in prison with no possibility of parole for the murder convictions, in addition to shorter prison sentences for the 2 tampering charges.
I could breathe for the first time. You know, sitting back and you have a 50-50 shot, right? It's one way or the other. And so when that guilty verdict and everything came out, I was happy. Like, it's one of those times, it feels like a little kid at Christmas time, if that makes sense, that you've waited so long and the day is finally here. So it was the best feeling. So.
Yeah, I think the best way I can explain it is how I did in my statement. It's been really hard, and just open it up a little here. It's been really hard to access Gannon throughout these past 3 years, and hopefully I can start doing that a little bit more now that this part is behind us. That's really for me kind of just a weight lifted off, another weight lifted off, and I can start experiencing my son a little bit more as time goes on.
my goal is that she's been convicted now and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Let's get her off to her last place here in Colorado, which is the Department of Corrections, where she'll serve the rest of her days in prison.
I pray that we will never have to look at her face again, said Landon. Justice has been served today. This won't bring my son back, but I can sleep soundly. Gannon, I never in my wildest dreams would have ever thought you'd be in danger, Al said. Or I would not have left you at home with what turned out to be your murderer and the last person to ever see you on this earth. I am so sorry. When a crime is committed out of jealousy or rage, then it is answerable to, Judge said on jury instructions. LS was moved from Colorado to Kansas to serve the rest of her sentence. The reasons for the move and the exact location is unknown to the public. In Colorado, where this case takes place, even if you committed a crime, the judge can give the verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity. In other cases, the court might alter the sentencing if you can prove that you were mentally impaired while committing the crime. But how does Colorado define insanity? To be found not guilty by reason of insanity, you must have been so mentally ill at the time of the crime that you couldn't tell right from wrong. The court could also allow this defense if the defendant could argue that they knew their behavior was criminal, but they lacked the capacity to control it. This is called irresistible impulse. A defendant is presumed sane until proven otherwise, and if some evidence of insanity has been presented by the defense, then the burden of proof shifts to the prosecution. It is the prosecution's job to prove sanity in Colorado. When the defendant makes an insanity plea, they still acknowledge that they were involved but were not of sound mind at the time of the crime. The insanity defense is classified as an excuse defense rather than a justification defense. The prosecution and defense can order their own mental health evaluation. If both sides agree on the outcome of the assessments, the case might not even go to trial. So how do courts test for legal insanity? The first approach is called general mental illness, which is a broad category that includes things like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and major depression. If you have a general mental illness, the court will consider whether or not your delusions or hallucinations stopped you from knowing that your actions were wrong. The second type of mental illness is specific intent crimes. These are crimes where there's a clear intent to do harm, like murder or arson. The court will look at whether or not the defendant had the specific intent to commit the crime, even if they knew it was wrong. If they find that the defendant didn't have the specific intent to commit the crime, they may rule them not guilty by reason of insanity. After a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity, the court will sometimes send the defendant to the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo, CMHIP, for evaluation. The doctors at CMHIP will then determine whether or not the defendant is a danger to themselves or others, and if they need to be committed to a mental health facility. What is the difference between insanity and diminished capacity? The insanity defense is sometimes confused with diminished capacity. Although the defense known as diminished capacity bears some resemblance to the reason of insanity defense, in that both examine the mental competence of the defendant, there are significant differences between them. While reason of insanity is a full defense to a crime, that is, pleading reason of insanity is the equivalent of pleading not guilty. Diminished capacity is merely pleading to a lesser crime. A diminished capacity defense can be used to negate the element of intent to commit a crime. One of the most famous recent uses of the insanity defense came in United States versus Hinckley concerning the assassination attempt against then-President Ronald Reagan. How is insanity proven? In order to make an insanity defense work, the defense has to show that their client, the defendant, was insane at the time of the crime. In the legal realm, insane does not necessarily mean the same thing as what we might think of when hearing the term insanity. Under the law, if someone is not guilty by reason of insanity, they may not have been in their right mind when the crime was committed. In some cases, this defense may refer to a severe episode of mental illness, but not always. A defendant may be considered insane if they were pushed into criminal activity by political ideology or acting out after a traumatic event. The most crucial factor in the insanity defense is competency, otherwise known as competency to stand trial. In accordance with due process requirements, a criminal defendant cannot stand trial if he or she is deemed legally incompetent. As articulated by the Supreme Court in Dusky, a defendant is incompetent if he or she is incapable of rationally communicating with his or her attorney or rationally comprehending the nature of the proceedings against him or her. A defendant may move at any time for a hearing to determine competency, which involves the submission of supporting evidence and some form of a psychological evaluation. If the judge allows an insanity defense to stand, there may be a competency hearing to determine whether the defendant is legally incompetent. During the hearing, the defense has to provide evidence that their client is legally incompetent in addition to a psychological evaluation. The threshold for establishing competency is often identified as notoriously low, but the likelihood of the court accepting an insanity plea is even lower. So long as a defendant is deemed incompetent, the insanity defense becomes moot, as the defendant cannot stand trial. In most cases, the insanity defense is not the best course of action because it's difficult to prove, and the defense strategy may not convince the jury. In the legal system, case results can become precedent or the standard for specific situations. There are several precedents for the insanity defense that affect how the court handles these cases and the outcome if the defendant is found legally incompetent. The McNaughton Rule. The first famous legal test for insanity came in 1843 in the McNaughton case. Englishman Daniel McNaughton shot and killed the secretary of the British Prime Minister believing that the Prime Minister was conspiring against him. The court acquitted McNaughton by reason of insanity, and he was placed in a mental institution for the rest of his life. However, the case caused a public uproar, and Queen Victoria ordered the court to develop a stricter test for insanity. The McNaughton rule was a standard to be applied by the jury after hearing medical testimony from prosecution and defense experts. The rule created a presumption of sanity unless the defense proved at the time of committing the act the accused was laboring under such a defect of reason, from disease of the mind, as not to know the nature and quality of the act he was doing, or, if he did know it, that he did not know what he was doing was wrong. This analysis focuses on a defendant's cognition. The test is divided into two components, each of which is individually sufficient to substantiate an insanity defense. First, a defendant is deemed insane if they were incapable of knowing what they were doing at the time committing the offence. This conclusion comports with criminal law's fundamental conception of culpability. A defendant is not culpable for an act that, because of a psychological infirmity, he or she did not know he or she was committing. The second component of the test looks to determine if the defendant knew that his or her actions were wrong. Here, even if the defendant knew what he or she was doing, he or she is deemed insane where he or she was incapable of recognizing the wrongfulness of the action committed. For example, the defendant is often found insane on the grounds that because God commanded the defendant to act, he or she was unable to recognize the wrongfulness of the act that was carried out. Various legal commentaries have identified theoretical issues within the McNaughton framework. For example, a scholarly debate exists addressing whether the wrongfulness central to the McNaughton analysis comprises tenets of legality or morality. Another prominent criticism takes objection to the categorical approach the McNaughton test employs. By focusing exclusively on cognitive incapacity, the McNaughton test is not well suited for treating more nuanced forms of psychological disorders, particularly those involving volitional impairment. Traditionally, the McNaughton test has been associated with schizophrenia and psychotic disorders. The McNaughton rule became the standard for insanity in the United States and the United Kingdom, and is still the standard for insanity in almost half of the states. In contrast to the emphasis on cognition central to the McNaughton test, the irresistible impulse test focuses on the volitional components of insanity. Various courts have struggled to address criminal defendants who, while comprehending the wrongfulness of their actions, are incapable of self-control because of a mental disease or defect. To levy punishment against a defendant unable to control his actions appears at odds with the preeminent tenets of criminal justice. The move towards volition alleviates this tension. Under the irresistible impulse test, a jury may find a defendant not guilty by reason of insanity, where the defendant was laboring under a mental disease or defect that compelled him to commit the offense. This test is well suited for persons suffering from manias and paraphilias. While treating a genuine issue within the McNaughton framework, the irresistible impulse test creates several practical concerns. First, unlike the cognitive prong of the insanity defense, the volitional component of insanity is substantiated by a less robust scientific literature. Consequently, evaluating the veracity of a defendant's claim becomes more difficult in the absence of unequivocal scientific findings. Moreover, the irresistible impulse test may be over-inclusive. Defendants laboring under psychological conditions, which, while genuine, do not completely inhibit self-control, may be exonerated of criminal liability. Monte Durham was a 23-year-old who had been in and out of prison and mental institutions since he was 17. He was convicted for housebreaking in 1953, and his attorney appealed. Although the district court judge had ruled that Durham's attorneys had failed to prove he didn't know the difference between right and wrong, the federal appellate judge chose to use the case to reform the McNaughton rule. Citing leading psychiatrists and jurists of the day, the appellate judge stated that the McNaughton rule was based on an entirely obsolete and misleading conception of the nature of insanity. The Court of Appeals overturned Durham's conviction and established a new rule. The Durham rule states that an accused is not criminally responsible if his unlawful act was the product of mental disease or mental defect. The implementation of this test was initially seen as a progressive development. Specifically, the Durham rule moved away from legal formalisms and emphasized scientific psychological evaluations and evidence. This approach emphasized expert testimony and largely left the jury to follow the professional opinions provided. So long as a professional concluded that the defendant was subject to a mental disease, a finding of insanity likely followed. Problems quickly emerged, however, and the Durham test fell out of favor. First, the test revealed itself to be frequently conclusory and deprived the jury of their decision-making role. A finding of insanity was left to the discretionary findings of trained professionals who were largely unrestricted in their methodological approach. The lack of any clear definition for essential terms like mental disease or defect exacerbated this issue and led to inconsistency as different professionals came to disparate conclusions. Moreover, the test proved over-inclusive. Under the product approach, defendants could be found not guilty by reason of insanity even where they understood and had control over their actions at the time of the offense. For these individuals, punishment may be more appropriate as its deterrent effect remains intact. Consequently, the same DC Circuit that adopted the test in 1954 rejected it in 1972 when deciding the Brawner case. New Hampshire is now the only jurisdiction that employs a test similar to the Durham rule. In 1972, in an attempt to modernize the legal standard for insanity, the American Law Institute, a panel of legal experts, developed a new rule for insanity. This rule, found in paragraph 4.01 of the Code, says that a defendant is not responsible for criminal conduct where they, as a result of mental disease or defect, did not possess a substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. Section 401 of the Code represents a concerted effort to reconcile the various details and emphases present in the traditional tests for insanity. First, the language appreciate addresses the cognitive component central to the McNaughton analysis. Unlike the oft-rigid McNaughton test, however, the appreciate language of 401 is broad and intended to realistically address the graded nuances of mental disabilities. Moreover, the rule allows the legislature to choose between the language of criminality or wrongfulness. This presentation allows legislatures to choose between a more legalistic conception of wrong, in the form of criminality, or a broader, morally infused understanding, in the form of wrongfulness. The evaluation of wrongfulness or criminality is complex and intricate. Complications arise, for example, when considering persons who, although knowing society would condemn their acts as wrong or criminal, believe that this would not be the case if society knew what they were aware of. The second component of 401 comprises a volition-based analysis. This aspect of the Model Penal Code's insanity standard reflects the theoretical foundation supporting the irresistible impulse test. Here, the code dictates that criminal liability is unjustified where a defendant could not conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. This emphasis on conformity looks to provide for those persons cognizant of their wrongful act, but unable, because of some mental disease or defect, to control themselves. The inclusion of this volitional analysis alongside a cognitive analysis represents the progressive nature of the insanity standard developed in the Model Penal Code. In 1984, Congress passed and President Ronald Reagan signed the Comprehensive Crime Control Act. The federal insanity defense now requires the defendant to prove by clear and convincing evidence that at the time of the commission of the acts constituting the offense, the defendant, as a result of a severe mental disease or defect, was unable to appreciate the nature and quality or the wrongfulness of his acts. This is generally viewed as a return to the knowing right from wrong standard. The Act also contained the Insanity Defense Reform Act of 1984, which sets out sentencing and other provisions for dealing with offenders who are or have been suffering from a mental disease or defect. In addition to these seminal understandings of the insanity defense, some legal theorists have endorsed alternative conceptions of the insanity defense in an attempt to address various weaknesses often identified. The integrationist approach, for example, does away with the insanity defense as a unique defense to criminality and evaluates individual defendants under traditional exculpatory defenses like duress or necessity. Yet another modification comes from the abolitionist perspective. Under this model, some scholars contending that social benefit can be derived from the punishment of persons often exculpated by the insanity defense have suggested the eradication of the insanity defense in its entirety. Max Vachtel, a forensic psychologist based in Denver, who has conducted several sanity evaluations in criminal cases in Colorado, said that it is actually incredibly common for two experts to have a difference in opinion on sanity reports in a criminal case. It comes down to a credibility contest. Which expert does the jury believe more? Vachtel explained. I think it also comes down to money. Usually, you can find two credible experts who will conclude differently on sanity. What makes the Stauch case much more abnormal, according to Vachtel, is the major difference at which the two experts disagree. Vachtel explains that usually when sanity is brought up in a criminal case, it's because there is a clear and well-documented history of severe mental illness with the defendant, and that the existence of the mental illness is not disputed by the prosecution or its expert. Lewis concluded that LS was insane at the time she allegedly killed Gannon, and that she suffers from dissociative identity disorder, vastly contrasting with the findings of Dr. Loundra Torres, a forensic psychologist who works at Colorado's State Hospital in Pueblo, who testified for the prosecution. She was psychotic at the time, not in touch with reality, and I don't think she knew the difference between right and wrong. I don't even know if she knew what she was doing, Lewis said. Lewis claimed that during one of her interviews, LS had taken on the Maria personality, which LS claimed was the one who killed Gannon in an interview, and spoke with a Russian accent. Another unusual trait of LS's trial is the lack of evidence supporting a severe mental illness from the defendant, something Vachtel described as incredibly unusual for an insanity plea. Vachtel explained that often in cases where sanity is the defense, there will be major evidence to show that the defendant had a documented history of mental illness before the incident. It's really unusual, especially for somebody who is claiming dissociative identity disorder, Vachtel said. For that person to have never been diagnosed with PTSD or to never mention anything to a primary care physician, that's unusual. That's a huge hurdle the defense will have to get over. Dr. Loundra Torres told the prosecution one of the key reasons she found LS to be unreliable, and one of the key reasons she didn't diagnose dissociative identity disorder, was the lack of any of LS's family members claiming they knew of her multiple personalities. She talks about having this mental illness since she was 16 years old, and it's never repeated anywhere, Torres said. That's meaningful to me. Lewis, who said she didn't speak with any of LS's family members, testified during cross-examination that the importance of what the family says is less relevant to her because they have reasons to not be entirely truthful, as opposed to LS. I find what they do when nobody is watching is more impactful, Lewis said during cross-examination. One of the few points agreed upon by both sets of experts is that dissociative identity disorder, previously known as multiple personality disorder, is an extremely controversial diagnosis. Vachtel, who said he had diagnosed people with dissociative identity disorder in the past, stated that the reason for that is twofold. There are numerous people who dispute that dissociative identity disorder is even a real mental health condition, and defendants often lie about having it in criminal cases. Dissociative identity disorder is one of the most faked mental illnesses when it comes to sanity evaluations. If somebody is going to fake it, they typically either claim a fake psychosis or multiple personalities. If you appreciate my work on these documentaries, please consider supporting me. You can do that in various ways. Like the video to tell YouTube to distribute it wider so more people watch it. Subscribe for the same reason and so that you get notifications when I upload a new video. You can also become a member of this channel for as little as $3. And lastly, you can tip me by pressing the thanks button on any video. All of it helps to grow this community, So let's look at what exactly dissociative identity disorder is. Dissociative identity disorder, or DID, is a rare disorder associated with severe behavioral health symptoms. DID was previously known as multiple personality disorder, or MPD, until 1994. Approximately 1.5% of the population internationally has been diagnosed with DID. It is typically associated with severe childhood trauma and abuse. Patients may spend up to 5 to 12.5 years in treatment before being diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. The DID person, per the International Society for the Study of Trauma and Dissociation, is described as a person who experiences separate identities that function independently and are autonomous of each other. The International Society describes alternate identities, or alters, as independent identities with distinct behaviors and memories distinct from others, and may even differ in language and expression used. Signs of a switch to an altered state include trance-like behavior, eye blinking, eye rolling, and changes in posture. Now let's look at the other side. Pseudogenic dissociative identity disorder. Unfortunately, pseudogenic, non-genuine, DID, is more common than many might wish to believe. Before anything is said about the rates of pseudogenic DID, the overall rates of factitious, lie, or malingered, fake or exaggerate, disorders should be considered. The rates of malingering have been estimated to range from 7% in non-forensic settings to 17% in forensic settings. Factitious disorders are thought to have a prevalence of 0.5 to 6% within the overall population and affect approximately 1% of individuals within hospital settings, though some studies have placed their prevalence in tertiary care settings, such as specialized treatment for cancer, at 9%. Regarding psychiatric health, factitious disorders are thought to account for 0.5% of psychiatric hospital admissions, 6.4% of psychotic disorders in individuals who are inpatient, and 2 to 10% of dissociative disorders in individuals who are inpatient. Overall, factitious dissociative disorders are thought to account for 2 to 14% of all presentations of dissociative disorders, with higher rates being found within specialty dissociative disorder units and within referrals to expert consultants. One study found that 10% of admissions to a dissociative disorders clinic had either factitious or malingered DID. Not only are there now more individuals who feign DID than there have been in the past, these feigners are more sophisticated in their presentation because they can make use of publicly accessible sources of information regarding the disorder, including personal accounts of life with the disorder, media portrayals, and general information online. In 1987, Richard Clough commented that it was fairly easy to distinguish between those who genuinely had DID and those who were simulating DID because the latter group had insufficient knowledge to fully mimic the disorder. By 1991, simulators had become more sophisticated, making recognizing them more difficult and time-consuming and requiring more of an expert background. Those with feigned DID and genuine DID are similar in terms of demographics and in many of their claims regarding their symptoms and supposed alters. So to the layperson, they might be almost impossible to casually distinguish. Additionally, factitious disorders in general are thought to be growing increasingly common online, where potential victims to the feigner's story are likely to have little ability to detect feigning and are more likely to suspend their disbelief in the absence of the cues of lying that are present only in face-to-face interactions. However, there are potential red flags that can be noticed across a variety of settings that can indicate that an individual may be faking DID. These red flags regard openness about the disorder and one's traumatic history, continuity of memory, affect tolerance, reporting abuse that is inconsistent with one's medical history, a lack of comorbid post-traumatic stress disorder, trying to prove that one has the desired diagnosis, and dramatic, stereotypical, or bizarre symptoms. General indicators of factitious disorder and malingering also serve as indications that an individual may be feigning DID. These include labile indifference, exaggeration, persistent lying, pseudologia fantastica, selective amnesia, lack of consistent work history, refusal of collateral interviews, legal problems, and excessively dramatic behavior, as well as lack of prior dissociation, and the individual seeking hospitalization or a DID diagnosis. Finally, potential indications that one may be feigning DID include a need to assume a sick role, medico-legal motivation to be labeled as having DID, demanding or depreciating attitudes towards caregivers, a lack of previous psychiatric history, inconsistencies within symptoms, numerous hospitalizations, lack of observed symptoms or worsening of symptoms while under observation, or refusing psychological testing. Genuine individuals with DID usually feel ashamed of their diagnosis and genuinely suffer from their symptoms. Features that are often absent in feigners. While individuals with pseudogenic DID may not display all of these warning signs, and while individuals with genuine DID may display a warning sign or two over time, an individual who displays a large number of these warning signs should be examined very carefully. Some diagnostic instruments that are used to confirm that an individual has DID contain scales to assess for malingering or other forms of dissimulation. The Structured Clinical Interview, or SCID-D, is one such instrument that does well at differentiating between genuine and feigned DID. On the other hand, the Dissociative Experiences Scale, the DES, which is meant to be more of a screening tool, fails to distinguish between genuine and feigned DID, though inconsistencies between an individual's DES score and their behavior during a structured interview or during therapy can be meaningful. In addition, the Multidimensional Inventory of Dissociation, or MID, should not generally be used as a measure of malingering because its validity scales seek to highlight response bias, not invalid responding. Its rare symptoms scale can indicate deliberate false endorsement of items, but 8% of individuals with genuine DID will endorse a clinically significant number of rare symptoms, so this scale alone cannot be taken as a sign of pseudogenic DID. Similarly, the factitious behavior scale of the MID is more of a measure of a type of severe borderline pathology than a feigned DID, and 10% of individuals with DID will reach clinically significant levels on it. Many instruments that are deliberately created to detect feigning are similarly unable to distinguish between genuine and pseudogenic DID. For example, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI-2, has been shown to be incapable of this task, despite its ability to detect malingered PTSD. And the Structured Interview of Reported Symptoms, SIRS, also returns poorer results for DID than it does for other disorders. Though rarely used for this purpose, there are tests that explicitly highlight malingered amnesia, and so could potentially be used to indicate pseudogenic DID. These include the Portland Digit Recognition Test, PDRT, a two-alternative test based on what is known regarding a crime committed by an individual who claims to be amnesiac of it, possibly because of alter activity. The test of malingered memory, TOMM, the Ray 15-item memory test, and the Ray Auditory Verbal Learning Test. It should be noted that these tests could not be used to test inter-identity amnesia because it's known that some memory transfer occurs between alters. Instead, these tests measure respondents' attempts to give a profile of amnesia within the tests that does not actually match the profiles of individuals with genuine amnesia. In other words, they do not measure genuine amnesia, but only attempts to feign amnesia. Some of the difficulties of distinguishing feigned from genuine DID exist because some individuals with DID do present in a highly dramatic manner that would usually be taken as an indication of faking. Individuals with DID might also exhibit antisocial features, factitious histories, factitious alternate identities, malingering, and factitious medical symptoms. And those in forensic settings may exaggerate symptoms in the hopes of being exculpated on psychiatric grounds. DID may be malingered for the same reasons that PTSD is malingered, including disability benefits, financial settlements, and being found not guilty of crimes by reasons of insanity, or for more specific reasons such as having an excuse to behave aggressively, erratically, or selfishly as a way to justify a pathological relationship, or as a way to claim entitlement. Individuals who simulate DID may attempt to use their alters to avoid negative repercussions for their actions and may appear to be compensating for a feeling of not being seen. Factitious disorder may be associated with characteristics of borderline personality disorder, with a poorly developed sense of self and with reenactment of childhood trauma. In some cases, individuals with factitious or malingered DID may have been influenced by outside individuals. For example, they may be consciously trying to please a therapist or mimicking an individual that they know who has DID. Individuals who feign DID may be especially likely to attend self-help groups, may treat their DID diagnosis as a vital part of their identity, or may have the majority of their social network be DID related. It is important that clinicians be able to distinguish genuine from pseudogenic DID because treatment will be very different for non-traumagenic presentations of DID. Additionally, a clinician who falsely diagnoses an individual with DID may be risking lawsuits or allegations of inappropriate treatment. On the other hand, if an individual does have DID and is not appropriately diagnosed, their suffering will be prolonged by and may worsen because of the absence of appropriate treatment. Similarly, an individual who has a factitious disorder but is not recognized as such will have a very poor prognosis, making accurate diagnosis vital. It should be noted that not all individuals who falsely assume a label of DID are consciously feigning the disorder. Imitative DID, or a phenomenon in which individuals with cluster B personality disorder profiles who assume the social role of a DID trauma survivor, is not uncommon. Individuals with imitative DID truly believe that they have DID and may have had this false belief reinforced by therapists or other concerned individuals. They may genuinely suffer from dissociative symptoms, though their overall profiles fail to match those of actual DID individuals, particularly in regards to more subtle symptoms. As with deliberate feigners, those with imitative DID often show less shame or conflict regarding their supposed DID diagnosis. Diagnostic instruments such as the SCID-D and MID are capable of distinguishing between genuine and imitative DID when used correctly. So my biggest question here is, why didn't they test LS? Signs of faking dissociative identity disorder. Individuals faking or mimicking DID due to factitious disorder will typically exaggerate symptoms, particularly when observed. Lie, blame bad behavior on symptoms, and often show little distress regarding their apparent diagnosis. In contrast, genuine people with DID typically exhibit confusion, distress, and shame regarding their symptoms and history. People who fabricate DID will also often base the portrayal of their supposed alternate identities on stereotypical depictions of the condition from popular culture. It is important to note that these signs should not be used as definitive proof, but rather as red flags that warrant further investigation. Inconsistencies in alter characteristics. Individuals who are faking DID may struggle to maintain consistent alter characteristics. They may provide contradictory information about their alters' names, ages, genders, or behaviors. Lack of amnesia. Amnesia is a common symptom of DID, where individuals have gaps in their memory due to the presence of different alters. Those who are faking may not exhibit significant memory gaps or may conveniently remember events that should have been forgotten. Inconsistent triggers. Individuals with genuine DID may have specific triggers that can cause a switch between alters. Those who are faking may not exhibit consistent triggers or may claim to switch alters without any apparent reason. Exaggerated symptoms. Fakers may exaggerate their symptoms to appear more convincing. They may mimic the behaviors and mannerisms associated with DID without truly experiencing them. Lack of emotional depth. Individuals who are faking may struggle to convey genuine emotions associated with their alters. Their emotional responses may appear shallow or forced. Genuine individuals with DID have often experienced severe trauma. Validate their trauma experiences by expressing empathy and understanding. Fakers may struggle to provide consistent or plausible explanations for their trauma. Here are some quotes from DID sufferers with regard to faking DID. When I discovered I was a system, it hit me like a truck. I was destabilized by several traumatic events, thrown into extreme states of dissociation, interfering with daily functioning, having the overt experience of alters switching for the first time, blacking out, and losing necessary skills. My head was a cacophony of a bunch of people that suddenly wanted a say in my life. Like autistic burnout, DID seems to be caught most often when the system is so destabilized that it suddenly becomes visible. Already you can see the difference between this person's account of her DID and LS's account. LS was having a ball, right? She was being transported to exotic countries by her alters, something that was actually debunked during the investigation. LS had never travelled to these countries that she alleged to be taken to by an alter. And she was not in a confused state at any time, and this is very telling. It is impossible to fake a DID diagnosis since there are years of therapy appointments, neurological scans, and both doctor, therapist, and psychologist approval needed for a diagnosis. Dr. Dorothy Lewis met with LS on a couple of sessions, and remember, there is no evidence that LS has had extensive therapy in the past. All these were lacking in LS. You don't wake up at 40 and discover that you have DID, or even at 16 when she claimed to have started it. DID is typically formed between the ages of 7 to 9, and the sufferer may not know they have it until others point out discrepancies, changes in behavior, memory lapses, etc., and only then, it is through years of therapy that it's diagnosed and then they learn to live with it. Another example of faking DID would be having impeccable communication between parts when the person has not undergone any psychotherapy at all, when in DID, OSDD1, communication among parts is something that is worked towards because of the dissociative barriers. LS was able to communicate with Maria Sanchez relatively easily and to bring her out shortly after Dr. Lewis asked her to present this particular alter. All of this without having extensive therapy. LS's display of DID was rather pathetic. I think she would have had more success in applying for the role of Samara Morgan in The Ring. She thought that by changing her hairstyle once in a while and display her exorcist impression, twisting her head to the side and twitching, this would prove she had various personalities, but she failed to change her behavior or characteristics along with those hairstyles. If they were truly separate alters, then her demeanor would change. This was very telling for me. Her impression of the horror film The Ring was apparently the only way she knew how to feign insanity. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Dorothy Lewis has caused a lot of controversy with her theories of the origins of criminal behavior, and I have come across her a few times throughout my years of research on serial killers. Her documentary, Crazy Not Insane, opens with Lewis sitting on a sofa and going through some of her notes with her son. The very same son who sat in on her interviews with LS. You know, the one she lied about on the stand when she said she didn't know who it was, after the prosecuting attorney confronted her with the question, "Who is that person leaving the room?" To which Dr. Lewis blatantly replies, "I don't know." What? She doesn't know her own son? Anyway, in the opening scene of the documentary, they're sitting in the living room of Lewis's home discussing the serial killer, Joseph Paul Franklin. In one part of the documentary, Lewis is describing how she discovered that Arthur Shawcross possibly suffered from temporal lobe seizures. She talks about the typical symptoms and that Shawcross displayed these symptoms. In Lewis's words, he would kill a girl, fall asleep, wake up and see the dead girl and think, "Oops, I must have done it again." And she laughs. She fucking laughs. She even confirms in this documentary that you can't just believe what a patient tells you, and that you have to look at all of their records to get corroboration. In order to fully understand why a person becomes violent, we need to know everything about their history. So why didn't she do this with LS? Lewis never even spoke to LS's family members and ignored the fact that there was absolutely no history of DID, but still insisted that LS had DID. Based on what? Shawcross's alter also only ever appeared with Lewis, never with any other psychiatrist. The same thing happened with LS. Another interesting snippet of information is that whilst Lewis was a student, she started dating one of her professors who was much older than she was. They ended up married. Today, that professor might be accused of grooming. That's all I will say about that. I also found it fascinating that she uses the last interview of Ted Bundy in this documentary Doesn't everybody know that this interview was a farce? Bundy was only telling the interviewer, Dr. James Dobson, evangelical author, what he wanted to know to feed his agenda. Not to mention the fact that this was a probable attempt at staying his execution, which was carried out the next day. Lewis, of course, believed that Bundy also had DID, but I'm not convinced. Doesn't DID require severe trauma as a kid? Where was Bundy's severe trauma? This doesn't fit Bundy's background at all. Sure, Bundy had some kind of trauma when he discovered that his sister was actually his mother, and who he thought were his parents ended up being his grandparents. I can imagine that having a profound effect on anybody, but not enough to kill. But Bundy had a lethal cocktail of dispositions. My question is, when did the DID form? He found out the truth about his mother and grandparents much later on, well after the time that DID would normally form. There remains a centuries-long philosophical and scientific debate over nature versus nurture, and I've covered this in my other videos. When deciding people's culpability for their behaviors, and whether people deserve to be labeled as evil or criminal when they kill or harm others, or whether there is more complexity to what leads to crimes. Psychiatrists still struggle amongst themselves to quantify and understand biological determinism versus situational influences when diagnosing and treating their patients. Sometimes this debate causes artificial dichotomies within the field's practitioners, who tend to align their views one way or another for various skewed reasons, including oversimplification, research convenience, self-promotion, and financial incentives. I could go on. Regrettably, despite her extensive experience and prestigious affiliations, Dr. Lewis fails to demonstrate a nuanced understanding of psychiatric taxonomy and forensic diagnosis in the documentary. It attempts to portray her as a misunderstood pioneer who is ahead of her peers in understanding criminality, a depiction open to skepticism. Her belief is that most murderers, including serial killers, suffer from childhood trauma, abuse, and neglect, which in turn causes many of them to develop the controversial diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. She views the murderous and violent parts of these people as a split identity that they possess as a defense mechanism, and thus questions their true culpability in their crimes. While she agrees that most serial killers are a danger to society and must be locked away to protect people from their uncontrollable impulses, she strongly feels the death penalty is cruel and unjust for their behavior, even likening it to burning innocent, misunderstood people accused of witchcraft at the stake. Way to go, Dr. Lewis. The documentary showcases interviews supporting Dr. Lewis's perspective, but these clips often raise more doubts than support for her claims. She seems all too eager to dismiss other realistic possibilities, like secondary gain through an insanity defense, or the frequently manipulative and lying nature of people with severe antisocial personality traits. Overall, she comes across as ready to shoehorn all these people into her core theory of DID, even Ted Bundy, her star interview, and the movie's climax. Her explanation of Bundy, well known to be one of the most prolific and cunning serial killers of all time, as someone who suffered from childhood abuse and DID, seems strained when she argues that his different signatures in letters to his wife and use of different nicknames indicate various split personalities. This was also a point she raised with LS, and we all heard LS say in the interview that she likes to change her name because she hates it. There certainly is a naivety to Lewis, and I identified that in the LS trial. The way she just believed what LS told her with no real corroboration. What was it she would say to the prosecuting attorneys? You can see it. No, Dr. Lewis, you can't see it. Perhaps that sentence should be changed to just you can see it. In some instances, her discussions on neurobiological contributions to criminal behavior seem to clash with her argument that criminals are not born but made. She mentions a chilling anecdote where Bundy apparently threatened a relative with a set of knives at age 3, an age where one might argue he could not have learned that behavior from anyone. She insists Bundy's grandfather was abusive, but various family members contradict that story. While acknowledging the impact of childhood abuse and trauma on criminal behavior, Dr. Lewis tends to oversimplify the relationship between upbringing and behavior, asserting that all serial killers have a particularly horrendous upbringing and inevitably develop DID. Such trauma and its links to DID are also rare and unique. It isn't a given that everyone with trauma develops anything as extreme as DID, which itself remains a hotly debated diagnosis. Although most psychiatrists agree dissociative behavior, not necessarily discrete personalities, can be a common defense mechanism and form of avoidance against traumatic memories. It is certainly a leap to say that DID is linked to most serial killers and murderers. If anything, their high frequency of antisocial personality traits posits they would be more likely to feign such personalities, either for actual gain or just for its own sake. For someone who has interviewed and worked with so many criminals, Dr. Lewis seems curiously naive about the frequency and broadness of these severe manipulative behaviors. Her lack of coherent integration of possible genetic or neurobiological factors contributes to a skewed understanding of the complexities involved. While advocating compassion for the complexities shaping criminal behavior and questioning the morality of the death penalty, her approach risks fostering misunderstanding and confusion about the origins of the criminality she has dedicated her entire career to studying. On November 19th, midway through the trial of Arthur J. Shawcross, Dr. Lewis wrote to Judge Wisner outlining her assertions against the defense lawyers who had hired her. The letter said that, among other things, the lawyers had failed to pursue her suggestions that, in addition to psychiatric problems, Mr. Shawcross may have had physical brain impairments. The brain impairments, she said, could have caused seizures and other symptoms that might in part have caused Mr. Shawcross to commit the murders and could have explained the 45-year-old man's strange behavior. Dr. Lewis's letter said the defense lawyers failed to get proper neurological experts and tests. She claimed in the letter that the defense lawyers lied to her by repeatedly telling her that neurological work was being prepared. This was in 1986. The exact same thing happened in the LS trial. The exact same strategy, exact same lies. As I said before, this is not just some old little lady with dementia who we should all feel sorry for. It seems this is her MO. Dr. Dorothy Lewis has quite a controversial history in courts of the serial killing type that goes back many years. The defense lawyers from the Shawcross trial unsuccessfully asked the judge to declare a mistrial because they said Lewis had biased the jurors against Mr. Shawcross, and they accused her of sabotage during her testimony. Lewis's answers were frequently long and rambling. The prosecution suggested she had not followed accepted practice when she examined and hypnotized Mr. Shawcross before the trial. What we have to remember here is that Dr. Lewis is a forensic psychiatrist, not a neurologist. She even said herself that, as a psychiatrist, she was not an expert in the brain abnormalities. So why are we even talking about this? On January 27th, 2020, the El Paso County Sheriff's Department was called around 6:55 p.m. and was informed of a runaway child, 11-year-old Gannon Stauch. Due to the reporting party, Gannon's stepmother, alluding to a runaway situation, the police response time was longer than it would have been in a typical missing child case. And when they arrived, based on info provided by the present caregiver, they listed Gannon as a runaway, losing critical and valuable time that could have been spent getting leads on this case. It is said that after the first 72 hours, the chances of finding a child are dramatically reduced. Within the first 72 hours, the community was not informed of a missing and possibly endangered child. After 3 days, they finally upgraded Gannon to a missing and endangered person. In the state of Colorado, and in most states, it isn't safe to leave an 11-year-old unsupervised for more than 3 hours. At the 3-hour mark at least, Gannon should have been considered missing and in danger. The law has not, as of yet, been passed. I knew I was going to make a documentary about this case the moment the trial began in April 2023. I had already decided then. It was also a hard one to do, and I had to take many breaks because of the depravity of it. Right from how she treated Gannon and ultimately killed him, to how she behaved during the investigation and trial. What piqued my interest, however, was the not guilty by reason of insanity due to DID. I was curious about where her lawyers were going to go with this. I think they weren't even really sure this was the right way. They kept calling it dissociative identity disorder, as opposed to its correct term, dissociative, without the identity disorder. Dissociation refers to a psychological process involving a temporary disruption in the normal integration of thoughts, feelings, memories, or identity. Disassociation, however, refers to a broader concept that involves a deliberate detachment or distancing from a particular thought, emotion, or behavior, and is more common. They also kept throwing the psychosis in the mix, especially in the closing argument. Was it DID or psychosis? Make up your minds. Having researched true crime, and in particular serial killers, for 40 plus years, this topic has come up quite a few times, and it is something I'm deeply interested in, including the psychology of it. This doesn't make me an expert as such, but it does mean that I'm certainly learned in the topic. In the words of my own therapist, being on the spectrum and being a trauma victim does give me a certain insight, even expertise through experience, to mental disorders and how they can impact people. There are really not many people who I find disgusting, but when I watch her, she is one of those few people. What I also find interesting is that she always has her head down when clips are playing of her interviews. Does she have a problem listening to herself? Kevin Clark, the intelligence analyst who testified at the end of the trial and who was responsible for the timeline and presenting it to the jury, was interviewed after the trial by Grizzly True Crime, and he says that everything Letecia was doing was an act for the camera and jury. Whenever the camera came on, she would do her little ring impression and bring all her hair down in front of her face. There is one video that really freaked me out, and that's the video showing her attack one of the prison guards. She just looks different and really scary in this video. Sometimes her eyes appear black. Now, I don't know at this point if this is just a pixel thing or shadows and lighting or even just my perception, but it has been known on several occasions when victims who have survived violence or killers or serial killers, they mention that their eyes become black just before they unleash their violence. While I'm not convinced that LS has DID or that she is even insane, by the way, DID does not equal insanity, which is one reason I wanted to see where her attorneys take this. She certainly has a few sandwiches short of a picnic. And let's talk about their star witness, Dr. Dorothy Lewis. I have no doubts that Dr. Lewis was a legend in her time, but watching her testimony in the trial, I began to feel that she was deeply biased. She almost wanted LS to have DID. Her last big case, maybe? Did she want to go out with a bang? Lewis does not know how to behave in a court, even though she claims to have testified dozens of times, but it seems she has a bit of a reputation for this. She continues to answer a question that has already been objected to and sustained. She just can't help herself and babbles just as much as the defendant. Speaking of sandwiches, what really takes the biscuit for me is the fact that she was the only person who diagnosed LS as having DID, but she did not meet up with her and evaluate her until after she had instructed her attorneys to plead guilty by reason of insanity. Let's announce her insane first, and then I'm sure I can find something to throw in the bag with it. One thing I noticed when trying to get information for myself about faking DID is that just by throwing that question out there offends a lot of people, and I get that. Those who really do suffer from DID don't need to be questioned. They have enough to contend with. But unfortunately, it is part of reality that many fake it for whatever reasons. And of course, there are those in between, the people who don't have DID but believe they do. Are they faking? Perhaps they exaggerate their symptoms, but then one must ask, why do they believe it? Why are they exaggerating? I think these people also need a portion of empathy and help.